Chapter 989. The white-bearded elder sat quietly at one side and looked at Diwu Qingru, deep in thought. Outside the room, he had set up a supreme martial artist's divine sense, which completely blocked out the news here. Diwu Qingru thought hard. The first thing he thought of was Chu Yang. But after thinking for a while, he still felt that it was impossible. Only after knowing his plan would he be able to take advantage of the situation and add fuel to the fire. But now, Chu Yang should not know that he was the one who sent the message to the Yi clan. Moreover, he had not heard of any conflict between the Yi clan and Chu Yang. Moreover, with Chu Yang's current strength, he did not have the ability to go against the Yi clan or make use of the Ling clan. Third Elder, are you sure about the people around Chu Yang? Diwu Qingru asked again. There are only two women around him, one big and one small. What else is there to be uncertain about? The white-bearded third elder frowned and said, I keep feeling that something is wrong. Diwu Qingru rubbed his forehead and said, This person always plans before acting. If he is not confident, he will not act. Moreover, he came to Tianji City alone. How can he not rely on anyone? Relying on Han Shaoran is obviously not possible. Then, why is he so confident? The white-bearded elder was a little puzzled and said, That little one is a genius, but he's just a nobody. I don't know why you don't pay attention to the supreme martial artists of the Yi clan, Ling clan, and Long clan. Why are you so concerned about this little one? Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said, Third elder, although a supreme martial artist is powerful, he still needs someone to command him when he is doing something. Give him a target and let him complete it bravely. If no one gives him a target, a supreme martial artist is just a powerful martial artist. He smiled faintly and said, After all, there are too few supreme martial artists in this world who can command themselves and see clearly. He looked out of the window and said, The big clans and law enforcement officers in the entire heavenly land. There are only a few people who are at the peak of the supreme martial artist level. When people talk about them, they only talk about them. But it is undeniable that in this vast world, there are countless supreme martial artists. It's just that their grades are different. And among these countless supremes, not a single one of them could say that they could command themselves. Diwu Qingru faintly shook his head. They have always been restrained by others. Therefore, such supreme martial artists are not scary. What was frightening was the hand behind Jizun that was pointing out the direction. The owner of that hand, even if he doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, is an existence even more terrifying than a supreme being. This is wisdom, intelligence, scheming, resourcefulness. Diwu Qingru's voice was very indifferent. The white-bearded elder behind him was also a high-level supreme martial artist. He was also under Diwu Qingru's control. According to seniority, he was Diwu Qingru's ancestor. Normally, Diwu Qingru should have paid more attention to his words. However, he had spoken bluntly. As for the white-bearded old man, he listened attentively. He did not display any dissatisfaction. No matter how big the heavens are, no matter how powerful the supremes are, even if they can completely change the heavens, or even fold the heavens, they still need great wisdom. It wasn't something that could be done by force alone. Therefore, the hand that controls everything is the most terrifying. Chu Yang, this is the hand. Diwu Qingru smiled. Even if he doesn't have any martial skills, as long as he dares to go to a place, he must have some kind of confidence. Moreover, he must have a clear purpose. Such a person is the most dangerous person. As for the supreme martial artists of the Yi clan and the Ling clan, if I am willing to use a little trick, it won't be too difficult to eliminate them one by one. Diwu Qingru faintly smiled and raised his gaze. In fact, we don't even need to do it ourselves. The white-bearded elder nodded in agreement. Obviously, he did not have any doubts about his words. However, he asked, Could it be that this Chu Yang is actually the same type of person as you in your heart? Diwu Qingru did not answer this question for a long time. The expression on his face became somewhat solemn. The white-bearded elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Since it's so dangerous, do you want me to go and kill him? The white-bearded elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If such a person is left alive, there will be endless trouble in the future. Third elder, if you really go, then I can guarantee that the possibility of you coming back alive is less than 10%. Diwu Qingru said slowly. If Chu Yang didn't have such confidence, he wouldn't have come here at all. Seeing that the white-bearded elder's face showed disapproval, Diwu Qingru said lightly, "Third elder, do you not believe my words?" The white-bearded elder's murderous intent disappeared, and he let out a muffled hum. "Don't act rashly," Diwu Qingru said word by word. His voice was heavy, almost as if he was warning, "Our Diwu clan can't do without you now. Moreover, now is far from the time to be enemies with Chu Yang. If you act rashly, even if you kill Chu Yang, you will also spoil my plan. You will destroy the hope of the Diwu clan." The white-bearded elder was horrified and moved. Although he did not know the meaning of Diwu Qingru's words, he knew that since Diwu Qingru had said so, it indicated the seriousness of this matter. At this moment, the wind whistled outside. A figure entered lightly. It was a man in a white robe. Diwu Qingru raised his gaze and asked, How is it?" "I found the news. There were 124 people from the Ling clan who came. However, after they separated from Chu Yang and the others, when they set off again, there were only 110 people." That person said in a very low and hurried voice, "3 martial saints, 1 monarch and 1 young man are missing." "Oh?" Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed. "Missing people? And then Chu Yang and the others left calmly, right?"
Yes.
That person nodded. Diwu Qingru pondered for a moment and took a breath. He said, then, "What about the Yi clan?" "The Yi clan sent 130 people this time, but now there are only 128 people left." That person said, "I heard that ever since Chu Yang and the others attended the banquet at Shuiyu restaurant that night, the Yi clan seemed to have lost 2 people on the second day. However, I didn't notice it at that time. Now that I think about it, it's a little blurry." He thought for a moment and added, "The 2 missing people are 8th-grade martial saints." Diwu Qingru heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes revealed a trace of heaviness, but also a little more relaxed. He muttered, "Sure enough. When something strange happens, his shadow is there." The other 2 didn't say anything. Diwu Qingru pondered for a moment and said, "Then, what about the Long clan?" "The Long clan is the original team. Not one of them is missing." That person replied, "Okay, you can leave first. Keep a lookout." Diwu Qingru frowned and thought for a while. Then, he waved his hand. "Yes." This person turned and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He said, "Chu Yang is walking toward Jiaxiu building now." Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed. He said, "Got it." That person quickly disappeared. Diwu Qingru paced another 2 steps and said softly, "Change the original plan. Bring it forward to the medicine banquet selection. Also, keep a close eye on the movements of those 7 or 8 men." He pondered and said, "If Chu Yang is going to make a move, it should be from there. However, to be safe, it's better to activate all the intelligence networks of the Diwu clan. In addition, let Diwu Luxing use the power of the Zhuge clan's External Affairs Hall to help keep an eye on it. Remember, even if we expose our tracks, we must not miss any trace of number 1. The white-bearded elder said somewhat worriedly, "If so, once the Zhuge clan finds out, this will be a disaster for the Diwu clan." Diwu Qingru walked to the window and looked out. He said, "Even if the Zhuge clan finds out, by the time they find out, I believe they will already be in a terrible fix. Not only will they not punish us, they will even rely on us." He waved his hand. "It's settled then." The white-bearded elder agreed and walked out. Diwu Qingru stood in front of the window for quite a while. His gaze gradually fell on the ground. The grass on the ground had already withered and turned yellow. Diwu Qingru murmured. Then, he said with some emotion, "It's winter. Every winter, there will always be a batch of plants that freeze to death. The next spring, they will be replaced by a patch of lush green. However, it won't be this patch of grass anymore." He was silent for a while. Then, he smiled softly and said, "Chu Yang, you have been lying low for 2 months. Are you finally going to make a move?" Before Chu Yang even got close to Jiaxiu building, he could already hear that it was very lively there. Laughter, scolding, clamoring, and singing. There was actually The sound of a zither? Chu Yang sweated a little. He really didn't know how this Miss Wu had turned the Zhuge clan upside down. It was only early in the morning, and there was already so much noise and clamor. Chu Yang quickened his pace and walked over. Just then, he heard a familiar voice saying, "Come, come, come, quickly place your bets. Let's see who can make Wu Xian show up today. The minimum bet is 100 purple crystals. Everyone is from various big clans. We must not lose morale. Come, come, come. I'll be the banker." Another voice said discontentedly, "Why are you the banker again?" This familiar voice said, "Nonsense. I don't intend to make Wu Xian my wife. You all have wild ambitions. If I don't become the banker, who will?" It was Meng Se. Chu Yang was scared. This bunch of people really had nothing better to do. They actually opened a gambling house because of this. A voice said, "I'll bet 300 purple crystals on myself." Chu Yang looked over and saw a big and tall man standing among these aristocratic families. He was actually taller than them by more than a head and a half. Meng Se said discontentedly, "Zhuge Changchang, you're also the second duke of the Zhuge clan. You're not insulting us by betting 300 purple crystals every time." Zhuge Changchang's face turned red. He said angrily, "But I've already lost for 7 consecutive days." Everyone laughed. Yi Shifeng took a step forward steadily. 500 purple crystals on myself. Everyone placed their bets. Meng Se beamed with delight and said, "The rules are as before. As long as one person places his bet, all the purple crystals will be his. I'll pay double the amount. If no one places his bet, all the purple crystals will be mine." Everyone snorted. This guy had already won for a few days. He was actually enjoying the benefits, but no one was willing to admit defeat. Everyone was full of confidence. Suddenly, a voice said, "Can I also do it once?" Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a young man in black standing outside the circle with a warm smile on his face. He seemed to be a little shy. His eyes were faintly looking at the mountain of purple crystals. Chapter 990. Meng Se, Yi Shifeng and the rest turned around and their expressions changed. This person was familiar to both of them, Chu Yang. However, Meng Se had met Chu Yang 3 days ago, while Yi Shifeng had just met him. Chu Yang took a closer look, and there were indeed many familiar faces. Yi Shifeng, Yi Shiyu, Meng Se, Zhuge. There were also a few young dukes who were also handsome and dignified. They were obviously the talents of the other big clans. At this moment, they were all looking at Chu Yang as if he was a rookie. Not only was he a rookie, but he was also a fool. He couldn't see the situation clearly and wanted to earn purple crystals. Was it so easy to earn purple crystals from these dukes? He couldn't even tell that the dukes were fighting and he was blinded by greed. "Brother Chu, why are you here?" Meng Se was shocked. "I'm here to represent the Southeast law enforcement officers to participate in the medicine banquet." Chu Yang said briefly and said, "Brother, this bet?" "Haha." Meng Se laughed and said, "Brother Chu, do you want to win the beauty or earn purple crystals?" Chu Yang rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "I'm a little short on money recently." He was indeed a little short on money. During this period of time, he had already absorbed tens of thousands of purple crystals. Now, he had at most 2,000. Now that he saw this pile of purple crystals, he felt that it was extremely cute. When the crowd heard this, they sneered. However, Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu revealed a cautious look at the same time. They seemed to be somewhat fearful. Yi Kong and Yi Yun had died in order to kill Chu Yang. But Chu Yang was here, perfectly fine. Yi Kong and Yi Yun died a horrible death. This matter definitely had something to do with Chu Yang, but they couldn't ask Chu Yang about it. They had to suffer in silence. Now that Chu Yang stood out, the two of them were shocked. Yi Shiyu laughed coquettishly and said, "Brother Chu can become poor? This is truly a miraculous event." Chu Yang looked at Yi Shiyu lecherously. His eyes scanned Yi Shiyu up and down and stopped at his butt for a long time. He looked like a hungry wolf and said, "If little you wasn't here, I wouldn't have come." When this expression and this tone came out, the crowd instantly became silent. They stared at Chu Yang and Yi Shiyu in disbelief and almost dropped their eyeballs to the ground. Although he knew that Chu Yang was joking, he still couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. He shook his butt and said coquettishly, "You." When Chu Yang heard the word hateful, he immediately revealed an expression of infatuation. The bones of his entire body seemed to have softened. He said tenderly, "Little you, vomit." A blue-clothed duke at the periphery of the crowd turned around and almost vomited. The faces of the other dukes, including Zhuge Changchang, became even longer. Lan Changa's face was pale, and he kept muttering to himself, "Weirdo? What a weirdo. Really? Really? Vomit." Meng Se was originally a clean freak. Now, he was even more horrified. He ran far away and looked back at the two of them fearfully. He actually maintained a posture that looked like he would run away at any time. Yi Shiyu finally couldn't take it anymore. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He said nervously, "You, don't come over." Chu Yang laughed. Yi Shifeng frowned and said, "Divine Dr. Chu, if you want to bet, you have to take out purple crystals." He hurriedly changed the topic to help his brother out. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Purple crystals. Although there aren't many, but there are still one or two pieces." Among the crowd, Zhuge revealed a meaningful smile on his face. Zhuge Changchang, who was beside him, frowned and said, "You know this person?" "No, I don't." Zhuge shook his head and said, "But this person is very scary. The method he is using now is the most effective way to deal with Yi Shiyu." Zhuge Changchang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of disdain. He said lightly, "Very scary? Third brother, I'm afraid that in your heart, there are many scary people." Zhuge Wen smiled and said, "Second brother is right. I don't dare to belittle the heroes of the world." Zhuge Changchang snorted and said loudly, "Brother Chu, how much do you want to bet?" Chu Yang wanted to say something but stopped. He suddenly turned to Yi Shiyu and said, "Xiao Yu, do you want to bet?" Yi Shiyu's face was pale. He wanted to shake his, but felt that his body was a little stiff. He said, "What are you doing?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and revealed an ambiguous smile. "Let's bet." Before Yi Shiyu could answer, the crowd had already started to clamor. "Bet, bet." Yi Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll accept however much you bet, Brother Chu." Although Chu Yang's attitude was ambiguous, he had challenged him in front of everyone. No matter if it was for himself or the Yi clan, Yi Shiyu had to accept. "Okay, then I'll bet." Before Chu Yang could finish his sentence, Meng Se suddenly shook his head and shouted, "Wait, I'm not going to be the banker for this round." "Why?" Lan Changa asked curiously. "Are you fucking earning so much money that your hands go numb?" Meng Se shook his head vigorously. "No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. I'm not going to be the banker for a bet between two transvestites." He paused and said, "Whoever wants to do it can do it. I'll bet 2. I'll bet 500. No, I'll bet 1,000. Will that do?" As soon as he said this, all the dukes laughed. But everyone looked at Meng Se with a strange expression. Meng Se was definitely not doing this because of this. Then, was it because of this new person? That meant that this person was not simple? Big clans were all aristocratic families with tens of thousands of years of history. To be able to hold the top positions in such clans, how could these few people be fools? Even though everyone was behaving like lecherous men, but their true motives and thoughts were something only they knew in their hearts. Zhuge Changchang was silent for a while and said, "Brother Chu, how much do you want to bet?" Chu Yang smiled modestly. "I don't have much, just 2,000. Zhuge Changchang smiled coldly. "Brother Chu, who do you want to bet on to win?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "I haven't found a wife yet. I'm still single. Naturally, I want to bet on myself." Once he said this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bet on himself? We've been here for 2 months. We haven't even succeeded once. Now, you haven't shown your face here for 2 months, and you want to ask the beauty out? This is simply nonsense. You're too naive. I'll be the banker. I'll be the banker. At the same time, 2 people stood up indignantly. Zhuge Changchang and Lan Changa. These 2 people had lost the most in the past few days. Now that they had seen a sucker, they naturally wanted to recoup their losses. After a round of argument, Zhuge Changchang won and successfully became the banker. Zhuge's eyes flashed as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Chu Yang had 2,000 purple crystals. Yishiyu also gritted his teeth and took out 2,000 purple crystals and placed them on the pile. Meng Se took out 1,000 purple crystals without hesitation. Bet on himself. There were also 7 or 8 male cousins who threw in 300 or 500 purple crystals. There was even one person who threw in 1,000 purple crystals to show that he wasn't weaker than others. In this way, this pile of purple crystals actually reached a terrifying 12,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang's heart trembled as he looked at this. He recalled that before he returned to the clan, the entire Chu clan's annual income was only about 200 purple crystals. Now, in the hands of these male cousins from big clans, each person could actually throw in hundreds of purple crystals just for a casual bet. Big clans were indeed different from the rest. Zhuge Changcheng stretched out his hand, and a bunch of bamboo sticks appeared in his hand. He said, "For the sake of fairness, everyone will draw lots to decide the order. Take note, this is a personal bet. There's something I have to say first. If the first person succeeds, then he's the winner. The rest of the people who are willing to bet have to accept their loss." Everyone opened their mouths and said, "Isn't this bullshit? If the first person succeeds, then the beauty will be gone. What's the point of betting?" As they spoke, everyone started to draw lots. The male cousins rushed forward and squeezed Chu Yang to the back. Chu Yang was the last to draw lots. As expected, he was the last one. The last one, comparatively speaking, had the lowest success rate. The male cousins did not show any expression on their faces, but they were laughing in their hearts. This idiot, does he really think that it's fair just by drawing lots? It's just a few bamboo sticks. With the skills of everyone present, anyone can do this secretly. Little brat, you'd better be prepared to be cheated. Chu Yang held the bamboo stick and laughed. My luck is really good. I'm the last one. Everyone laughed, but their smiles were different. They despised him in their hearts. You'd better be stupid until you die. Chu Yang smiled as he held the bamboo stick. His expression did not change, but he sneered in his heart. Big clans are big clans. Even if they have conflicts with each other, once an outsider comes in, they will still work together to deal with the outsider. First, get rid of the outsider. Isn't this situation the same as how big clans deal with the Tribulation Swordmaster? It was a small bet, but it had made Chu Yang raise his vigilance. Big clans are big clans. This point, he really had to respect. Zhuge Changcheng said, "First, Duke Lan Changa." Suddenly, someone laughed. Yi Shifeng could not help but say, "Duke Lan Changa is going to howl again." Everyone laughed until they fell down. Lan Changa stood up calmly, tidied up his appearance, and walked towards the window of Jiaxiu building. "Wu Xian, I'm Lan Changa. Haha, it's been so many days. Wu Xian also knows me. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Wu Xian to tour Tianji City? I'm sincerely inviting you. My ancestor and venerable Feng Yu are old friends. Please give me face." Unexpectedly, Lan Changa did not sing this time. Instead, he went straight to the point and even brought out the friendship of his ancestors. Everyone regretted it. If they had known, they would have used this method. There was silence upstairs for a while. Wu Qianqian's ethereal voice sounded faintly, "Duke Lan, I wonder which ancestor of yours knows my teacher?" Lan Changa was shocked and said, "It's the great ancestor of my 3 ancestors." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and was dumbfounded. Everyone was sweating profusely. Luckily, they did not think of this method. Wu Qianqian said faintly, "So there is such a relationship. In this case, you are not an outsider. But if Duke Lan is using this relationship as an excuse, according to seniority, how should you address me?" Lan Changa's face suddenly became as red as a ripe persimmon. Wu Qianqian was the younger brother of Feng Yu. Her seniority in the martial arts world could be said to be extremely high. She was almost the top ancestor type. This sentence was undoubtedly saying, "Lan Changa, do you dare to flirt with your great-grandmother? You disobedient and unfilial thing." The 5th one was even worse. Today is purely a birthday celebration, and it's a supplementary update, so I won't ask for monthly votes. Thank you for celebrating Ayoshi's birthday today. Wish everyone a happy birthday. Good night. Chapter 991. Lan Changa returned dejectedly, like a rooster that had lost a fight, feeling dejected. Facing the smiling and meaningful gazes of the crowd, his face turned even redder and he was too ashamed to show his face. Zhuge Changchang gloated and said, "You deserve it. Who asked you to use such a method to invite her? This is simply coercion. Wu Xian is already merciful for not scolding you on the spot." Lan Changa said angrily, "Then what do you want me to do? Sing?" Once this sentence came out, the crowd instantly remembered the word howl that Wu Xian said and instantly laughed uncontrollably. Chu Yang smiled at the side, but his eyes flashed with coldness. These few dukes of the aristocratic families obviously had a grudge against each other, but once an outsider was present, they would reject him regardless of the reason. Even when they were laughing just now, no one even looked at him. They had completely treated him as an invisible person. They could fight, or even kill, but this was a circle that only belonged to them. This was a kind of conceit and pride. Other people outside the aristocratic families did not even have the right to go against them. Chu Yang smiled faintly as he watched. Everyone else had formed a circle, laughing and scolding each other. They were in a mess and completely ignored him. But he just stood outside the circle, unmoved. He did not seem awkward at all. "I am here to earn purple crystals, not to make friends with you." Zhuge Changchang laughed for a while and said, "Second, Yi Shifeng?" Yi Shifeng walked forward confidently, coughed twice and said calmly, "Wu Xian, I am Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan. Ever since I saw your beauty that day, my heart has been haunted and I have not been able to sleep at night. My sincerity can be seen by the heavens. If I can gain your favor, I will never change my looks in this life." He paused for a while. Seeing that there was no response from above, he continued, "Today, I am only here to invite you for a chat. Whether it is successful or not, whether you are satisfied or not, I will still be satisfied." After a long while, Wu Qianqian's voice came from above and said, "Duke Yi Shifeng, I have heard of you. Duke is a calm person and can be said to be an outstanding person. However, it was said that Second Master Yi already had a second wife, and 11 concubines. Outside the family, he also had 4 mistresses. Moreover, his family already had a large number of children and was flourishing. Dare I ask, Second Duke, I'm not the only one who said this to me, right?" Yi Shifeng was tongue-tied and his face turned red. The third was naturally Meng Se. Meng Se walked over with his hands behind his back. Someone behind him muttered, "Stop acting cool. Wu Xian can't even see you. Why are you acting cool?" Meng Se ignored him and walked over elegantly. Facing the empty window, he bowed deeply and said, "Wu Xian, little brother pays his respects to you." There was no movement inside. Meng Se chuckled and said, "Last night, I dreamt of an immortal and felt something in my heart. I suddenly composed a poem. I hope the immortal can appreciate it." As he said that, he shook his head and recited, "Once the fog barrier is opened, a peerless beauty will appear. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, just like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her beautiful hair is 3,000 feet long. Her eyes are clear as autumn water. I yearn deeply in my bones and sigh in disappointment. How can I be comforted?" After reciting, he sighed twice and seemed to be very sad. For a long time, there was no movement from above. Meng Se was delighted and thought that there was a chance. Chu Yang, however, pursed his lips. He was extremely familiar with Wu Qianqian's temper and naturally knew that Wu Qianqian was thinking of how to reply to make him give up completely. There was definitely no chance. Indeed, he heard Wu Qianqian say, "I've already said that I don't have any knowledge and really can't understand your poem. Why don't you explain it to me?" Meng Se's eyebrows danced as he said, "The meaning of this poem is that I had a dream last night. I dreamt of you, Mississippi. You came from the clouds and mist and left, leaving me unable to forget it for a long time." Wu Qianqian said, "So it was just a dream." Her voice was very soft, but there was an indescribable meaning behind it that made Meng Se feel as if he was about to collapse. It was just a dream. You people actually compose poems when you read people? No matter how well you compose it, isn't it just a dream? I really can't understand you people. Who doesn't dream? This should be the hidden meaning behind Wu Qianqian's faint words. She only said that one sentence, but her tone perfectly conveyed the lingering meaning. Meng Se retreated dejectedly. This time, no one laughed anymore. The next few people all racked their brains to come up with different ideas, but all of them returned in defeat. One of them walked to the window and suddenly shouted in horror, "Ah, why is this? Ah, there's actually a dog that can fly in the sky." Everyone laughed until they fell down. Wu Qianqian only said, "Dogs can't fly. Dogs only know how to bark." This guy retreated in defeat. Finally, it was Chu Yang's turn. The 8 people in front of him all looked at him with dark faces. Seeing Chu Yang's somewhat serious expression, everyone gloated in their hearts. Even with our family background, talent, and reputation, we can't do it. What hope do you have? However, everyone put on an expression of great interest, waiting to see a joke. Brother Chu, it's your turn. Hurry up. Haha, Brother Chu, you might succeed, haha. Hurry up, are you not ready yet? I think you shouldn't try anymore. Just admit defeat. Don't say that. Maybe Brother Chu has a plan. Not only can we meet, but we can also enter directly with just one sentence. Haha, haha. This joke is really funny. My stomach hurts. It was a mess. Chu Yang walked forward slowly and coughed lightly twice. All the dukes instantly stopped talking. All of them had an expression that said, "Hurry up and make a fool of yourself." I'll laugh so hard. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang raised his voice and said, "Wu Xian, I'm Chu Yang. Cough, cough. May I go up and talk to Wu Xian?" Before Wu Qian could say anything, the dukes below had already exploded. Fuck. What is this? Not only does he want to meet, he actually wants to go up and talk to Wu Xian. He's overestimating himself. I'm so disgusted. This pervert. This evil pervert. He actually wants to enter the room of the goddess in my heart. This is intolerable. When Wu Xian rejects him, I'll beat him up. The crowd was in a frenzy. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. The goddess in their heart said, "Do you want to come up and talk to me?" Everyone was stunned. What did Wu Xian mean by this? Why does it sound like she's going to agree? Chu Yang said, "Yes, I heard that Wu Xian has a small illness. I'm very anxious, so I'm here to take a look at your injuries." Everyone was furious. When did Wu Xian get injured? We've been here for 2 months. Why didn't we hear about it? You're obviously spouting nonsense. Just as they were about to reprimand Chu Yang, Wu Qian sighed and said, "It's been hard on you. I got injured 2 months ago. You actually know about it." Everyone was shocked. Wu Xian is really injured? Chu Yang said sincerely, "Immortal's cultivation is deep, so he naturally won't be a problem. However, I heard that Knight Immortal displayed his skills and fought against 2 8th-stage martial saints. It wasn't easy for him either." Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu, who were in the crowd, broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. 2 months ago? Fighting against 2 8th-stage martial saints in the middle of the night? What the heck? It can't be so coincidental. Both of them waited anxiously with a fluke heart. Wu Qianqian said, "You're right. That night at the Shuiyu Lake was indeed the most dangerous battle in my life. If not for... Haha, Divine Dr. Chu, please come upstairs to talk." "Thank you, Wu Xian. I'll take the purple crystals and go upstairs immediately." Chu Yang thanked her with a smile. After 2 years of separation, the king of Hell and Rakshasa did not acknowledge each other at the Shuiyu Lake. This was the first time they worked together in the upper 3 heavens. It was perfect, flawless. Turning around, he saw everyone looking at him as if he was an immortal. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, I won." Everyone regretted it. If they knew that Wu Xian was injured and only needed the identity of a doctor to get close to her, they would have gone earlier. How could they let Chu Yang take advantage of them? Everyone did not mind losing the purple crystals. However, they were envious and jealous of Chu Yang for being able to enter Wu Qianqian's embroidery shop. Extreme. These purple crystals are all mine. Chu Yang laughed. "Wait for me to keep them." Zhugagong, as the banker, you should take out double the amount, right? Since I've won today, I'll give Zhugagong a discount. Just take out 10,000 purple crystals. Zhuga Changchang was extremely upset. He said angrily, Do you think I'll go back on my words? He waved his hand to call someone over to take the purple crystals. Lan Chang'e waved his hand. Wait. He turned to Chu Yang and said, Young man, you obviously knew that Wu Xian was injured, but you didn't say anything. Using this reason to meet Wu Xian is equivalent to cheating. You want to take away the purple crystals just like that? You're dreaming. When he said this, many people looked at him unkindly. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, I know, it's my business. The bet was on whether I could meet her, not on what reason. Why? The descendant of the heavens ruling clan can't afford to lose? You're the one who can't afford to lose. Who are you calling a sore loser? A few people started to clamor. Everyone was already unhappy with him. Now, they were even more unhappy with him. They wanted to use this as a pretext to teach him a lesson. Chu Yang looked at Yi Shifeng meaningfully and said, Second Elder Yi, the two elders of the Yi clan. Do you think so too? Haha. Wu Xian's injury is still waiting. Yi Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. This fellow was not talking about Wu Xian's injury. He was using the two people to threaten him. In that case, Chu Yang meant that he knew the identity of the two people, but Wu Xian did not? I have to apologize. Sigh, it's my fault. Last night on Aoshi's birthday, I went to sing a song. In the end, I sang too well. Today, I found out that the girls who heard my song were all mesmerized by my beautiful voice. It caused them to miss me so much that they could not sleep for the entire night. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize here. Chapter 992. Chu Yang was clearly warning him. Settle this matter. Otherwise, the Yi clan can only wait for the Moon Breeze duo to find trouble with you. Yi Shifeng felt as if he had eaten feces. Thinking of this, he could not help but scold Yi Kong and Yi Yun in his heart. You could have just killed Chu Yang, but why did you injure Wu Xian? Injuring Wu Xian is fine, but why did you leave evidence for Chu Yang to use against you? But now, this little girl had managed to grab hold of his pigtails. Furthermore, if the Moon Breeze duo knew about this, what would happen? These two people deserve to die. Thinking of this, Yi Shifeng's thoughts were all gone. Hurriedly, he said righteously, if you agree to a bet, you must accept defeat. I have to make this clear. If anyone were to create trouble without reason, it would be equivalent to going against Yi Shifeng. Anyone who goes against me, Yi Shifeng, is going against the Yi clan. Yi Shifeng's sudden change in attitude caused everyone to be puzzled. Lan Chang'e was stunned and said, Brother Yi Yu. He was extremely puzzled. Damn you, Yi Shifeng. Wasn't it you who sent me a message just now and then I stood up for you? You were the one who wanted to deal with this brat. I was only helping you. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why did you suddenly become so righteous? What is going on? Yi Shifeng looked at him sternly and said lightly, Brother Lan, don't you want to give me face? Lan Chang'e said angrily, What? Just now it was obviously. Yi Shifeng did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him, saying, That's right. Brother Chu obviously won just now. Since we have won, we have to accept defeat. Brother Lan, are you trying to go back on your words? Lan Chang'e held his breath and said, What do you mean I want to go back on my words, obviously? That's right. Since you don't want to go back on your words, then be more straightforward. You must accept defeat. Yi Shifeng interrupted him again and said, The Lan clan is a big clan. It's not like you can't accept defeat, right? Lan Chang'e almost suffered internal injuries from holding his breath and looked at Yi Shifeng as if he was going to vomit blood. Suddenly, he thought, could it be that Yi Shifeng purposely framed me to get on Chu Yang's good side? In this way, Chu Yang would inform Wu Xian, and then Wu Xian would inform Supremes Feng and you? Let the Wind and Moon Supremes develop enmity towards our Lan clan? Yes, this sentence made a lot of sense. One must know that the Yi clan and the Lan clan are plotting the same thing. It is highly possible for Yi Shifeng to pull such a stunt. It had to be said that Lan Chang'e was indeed an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Lan family. His train of thought was very agile. In an instant, his thoughts had turned to this point. He was extremely thoughtful. Thinking of this, Lan Chang'e suppressed his anger, smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. I will not be like someone who obviously wants to make friends, but has to step on the shoulders of his old friends. Haha. To make friends with such a person, no matter who it is, one must be careful. Upon hearing this, Yi Shifeng knew that he had misunderstood. However, how could Yi Shifeng still think about this? He turned to Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, you can collect the stakes now." Haha. Brother Chu, when you see Wu Xian, please put in a few good words for me. How about it? Chu Yang smiled reservedly and said, "Of course." Lan Changa said, "Since Brother Chu has won the bet for the first time, I will add another 300 purple crystals to congratulate Brother Chu. Haha, I hope that Brother Chu can put in a few good words for me in front of Wu Xian." Upon hearing this sentence, Yi Shifeng and Chu Yang were slightly stunned. Yi Shifeng's put in a few good words was to ask Chu Yang not to speak too much. However, what was Lan Changa's put in a few good words? Chu Yang laughed and said honestly, "Yes, I will try my best to put in a few good words for you." Both of them thanked him in unison. Yi Shifeng was still worried. He came forward and said, "Brother Chu, if you are willing, haha, when Brother Chu comes out, I will repay you." Chu Yang said solemnly, "Brother Yi, don't worry. You and I treat each other with sincerity. We are good friends. You should know that I, Chu Yang, will never say anything in front of outsiders. I will only praise." Yi Shifeng cursed in his heart, "To hell with your sincerity." However, he said emotionally, Yes, I trust Brother Chu's character." Chu Yang nodded and smiled. At the side, Yi Shiyu's eyes flashed. At the side, the smiling Meng Sei's eyes flashed. At the periphery of the crowd, Zhu Jiyi's eyes flashed as he pondered. At this moment, the wager was ready. It was a huge pile of purple crystals. "It seems that it is not easy to carry," Yi Shifeng said eagerly. "Brother Chu, why don't I get someone to keep it for you and send it to you later?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "No need, I have a way." He walked to the side of the pile of purple crystals and waved his hand. The pile of purple crystals disappeared instantly. Storage equipment. Skywood. The dukes were all knowledgeable people. When they saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes lit up like searchlights. This guy actually had such a good item in his hands. Instantly, a few of them started to feel nervous. This was a good item. Chu Yang smiled. It seemed as if he hadn't discovered anything, but he was quietly observing everyone's reactions. Good item was naturally a good item. However, good item. Hee. Chu Yang greeted them and entered Jiaxiu building leisurely with 2 sleeves of purple crystal wind. All the dukes looked at each other with envy and jealousy as he disappeared at the entrance of the building. After a long while, Yi Shifeng and Lan Changa's eyes met. "Humph." Lan Changa turned his neck. "Hey." Yi Shifeng snorted. At this moment, after a moment of silence, a voice could be heard from Jiaxiu building. "Divine Dr. Chu, you are so young. Thank you for your trouble." That's right. Wu Xian is really young and beautiful. When I saw her, I was immediately infatuated. When I found out that she was unwell, I lost my appetite. All the dukes gritted their teeth and scolded in unison, "Shameless. You didn't lose much weight even when you lost your appetite." The voice continued to be heard from inside. "Divine Dr. Chu, you are too kind. Qian doesn't deserve it. You are too kind. Miss, you are like a fairy. You deserve it. Miss, you don't know that I have admired you for a long time. However, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Sigh, it is my fortune to be able to treat your illness." All the dukes felt a rush of anger and scolded at the same time. "This perverted thief." The voice from inside said, "Miss, you are injured. May I know where you are injured?" Chu Yang asked with concern. "This, Divine Dr. Chu, this, haha, can't you tell? I am injured on my back." Wu Qianqian said with embarrassment. "On your back? Let me take a look." Chu Yang said anxiously. "This is not appropriate." Wu Qianqian said shyly. "Miss, what are you saying? A doctor has the heart of a parent." Chu Yang said righteously. "Shameless, shameless, shameless." All the dukes below stomped their feet and scolded angrily. Their eyes were red. They could not wait to rush up and cut this shameless person into pieces. This bastard is obviously trying to take advantage of Wu Xian. To think that he actually said it in such a righteous manner. I really want to spit on his face. Wu Xian, you must control yourself. Don't be taken advantage of by him. All the dukes prayed in their hearts. This is not appropriate. Divine Dr. Chu, it's better to take my pulse and prescribe some medicine. Wu Qianqian declined politely. All the dukes heaved a sigh of relief. Miss, what are you saying? He heard Chu Yang's displeasure as he said, internal and external injuries have their own mysteries. How can you tell just by feeling the pulse? This little guy insisted on taking a look. All the dukes gritted their teeth. This bastard. Wu Xian is such a pure and holy person. Must she take off her clothes and let this shameless bastard take a look at her back? But the place where Qianqian is injured is a little indecent. Wu Qianqian's voice was hesitant. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Don't worry, Mississippi. Just treat me as a white-haired old doctor. This can't be delayed. Chu Yang persuaded earnestly. All the people below stomped their feet and scolded. A white-haired old man? You're obviously a young man. Pervert. Scoundrel. Pervert. Rogue. Extremely shameless. Extremely filthy. Well, okay. But it's not convenient here. Wu Qianqian hesitated. Then, we can go to your bedroom. You can take off your clothes, and I'll treat you properly. Chu Yang said righteously, Don't worry, other than the wound. I won't look at any other place. I, Chu Yang, guarantee with my integrity. Hearing this, the dukes below felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It's really rare to see a person so shameless. You're already so fucking shameless. What integrity do you still have? You even dare to guarantee with your integrity? Then, Wu Qianqian hesitated. All the dukes prayed to the heavens. Please don't agree, don't agree, don't agree. Then I'll have to trouble you, Divine Dr. Chu. Wu Qianqian's slightly shy voice poured a basin of cold water on the duke's hopes. Lan Chang'e couldn't help but shout, Wu Xian. You. Another duke was even more heartbroken. He shouted, Wu Xian. You can't. This little guy is up to no good. You have to see his wolf's ambition clearly. His voice sounded as if he was about to cry. Chu Yang said guiltily, I didn't expect that I would be questioned by so many people here today after saving so many people. If you're worried, I'll take my leave. Wu Qianqian said, It's just a treatment. Divine Doctor, you don't have to take it to heart. Please come with me. Chu Yang said hesitantly, This isn't good. Chu Yang's voice was filled with endless hypocrisy. Hearing this, all the dukes below were furious. They couldn't wait to rush up and smash this bastard into smithereens, pretending to be obedient after receiving benefits. This was a classic example. Chapter 993. Wu Qianqian said, Mister, you said just now that a doctor has the heart of a parent. Why are you rejecting it now? She heard Chu Yang, that bastard, say in a voice that was full of joy but also stammering, as if he was in a difficult position, Forget it. Since Miss has said so, then it would be too unreasonable for me to refuse. Immortal, please take off your clothes. What I mean is, let's go take a look at your wounds. Then, the sound of tables and chairs could be heard. Both of them should have stood up. Mister, this way please, Wu Qianqian said. Hee. Miss, please go first. Chu Yang's voice was full of anticipation. Then, there was no sound from inside. Obviously, the two of them had gone to take a look at the wound. Downstairs also fell into silence. Everyone was like a group of ducks that were struck by lightning, stunned. They did not expect that Wu Xian would invite Chu Yang into her room in the end. Beast. After a while, an angry, sorrowful and heartbroken roar came from downstairs. Chu Yang, you're really a beast. Which one of them was stupid? There was no confusion at all. Why did Wu Xian do such a thing in front of so many people? Did she not care about her daughter's reputation at all? Her reputation? Not at all. Wu Xian might not care much, but she was definitely not someone who looked down on herself so much. Now that she did such a thing, it could only mean one thing. She was already annoyed by their pestering during this period of time, and Chu Yang's appearance had provided him with an excellent shield. After entering the room, would she really take off her clothes to treat her wound? Everyone knew that it was impossible. But when they thought of what happened today, they no longer had the courage to appear in front of Wu Qianqian. She did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation to get rid of their pestering. It could be seen how much she hated them. Why bother with it? They had really forced her into a corner. It was precisely because they were smart people that they thought things through very thoroughly. At this moment, everyone understood Wu Qianqian. But at the same time, they also felt resentment towards Chu Yang, who was used as a shield, and some sympathy. They wondered if this guy realized that he was only a shield after entering Wu Xian's room. He must feel very strange, right? Beast. Serves you right for being treated like this. Everyone was fantasizing about the treatment that Chu Yang was about to receive from Wu Xian. Their spirits were triumphant, and they all left dejectedly upstairs. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian walked into the inner chamber. Wu Qianqian burst into laughter. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Senior Martial Sister Wu, I've really suffered because of you. Now, when I walk out of here, there will be love rivals everywhere. But I'm clearly innocent. Wu Qianqian snorted and said, Are you innocent? Chu Yang rubbed his nose and coughed incessantly. I won't force you anymore. Wu Qianqian leisurely sat down and took off her veil. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Chu Yang's face. She looked at him deeply for a while, and her face flushed as she said, Did you recognize me that night? Chu Yang chuckled. Other than Senior Sister Wu, I've never seen a woman of your age who trusts me so much. Wu Qianqian suddenly realized, Yes, that pill? She laughed self-deprecatingly. I shouldn't have eaten it so happily and let you recognize me. Wu Qianqian sighed. This sigh was more of self-pity, because she knew that if she were to experience it again, she would not hesitate to take that pill again. Because that pill was given to her by the person she loved and the person she trusted the most. At that time, no matter how smart a woman was, her heart would not be guarded at all. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Senior Martial Sister Wu, instead of being an empress in the lower three heavens, you have to go through so much trouble to come to the upper three heavens. You must be here to look for me, right? Wu Qianqian's face immediately turned red. But I'm here to look for you. No matter what I do, my ultimate goal is to help you. But you've always avoided this question before. Why are you bringing it up so calmly today? Wu Qianqian's heart thumped, as if it was about to jump out of her mouth. She wanted to speak, but she felt that she could not speak. Her head was dizzy, and she almost fainted. She thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chu Yang is going to accept me? Is he confessing to me? Wu Qianqian's heart beat like a drum, but she bravely raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. Her eyes were full of tenderness. This was the first time in her life that she had dared to look at the man she loved so deeply with such a bold gaze. Chu Yang didn't know what it meant to raise his head and stare. It represented Wu Qianqian's endless perseverance, the deepest hope in her heart, and the strong expectation. The feelings of a young girl were like a dream and a poem. Which young girl did not want to spend the rest of her life with the person she loved? If she was proud of someone, she would not leave him even in old age. How could Wu Qianqian not want to? It was just that she had always restrained herself. She buried this love deep in her heart and did not dare to say it out. But it did not mean that she did not have such hope in her heart. Now, Chu Yang took the initiative to bring it up. Wu Qianqian was finally brave for once. Her long-time concealment disappeared at this moment. At this moment, she did not want to restrain herself anymore. She only needed to wait for Chu Yang to say it, and she would fly into the arms of the man she yearned for day and night. She dared to love and hate. She did not want to be pretentious like other girls. She looked at Chu Yang fervently. Chu Yang smiled and said, Actually, I just figured it out. Wu Qianqian's face was red. She looked at Chu Yang with determination and said softly, What did you figure out? At this moment, her eyes were misty. Her mind was filled with unreality. He only figured it out now. He only figured it out now. He figured it out now. Wu Qianqian only felt a bitterness in her heart. She almost cried. When I saw you that day, I should have thought of it. It was just that I did not think of it. Chu Yang looked up at Wu Qianqian. Senior Wu, don't blame me. Why would I blame you? Wu Qianqian said with a trembling voice. I have never blamed you. Chu Yang smiled in relief and said, if I'm not wrong, Senior Sister Wu came to find me this time for Brother Bu Tian, right? For Brother Bu Tian? Wu Qianqian only felt dizzy again. She could not help but mutter a question. For a moment, she only felt very confused and did not know what to say. Did Tai Bu Tian ask you to find me? Chu Yang looked at her warmly. Actually, I should have thought of it. Wu Qianqian was a little confused. At the same time, she felt a faint pain in her heart. She forced herself to control her voice and asked, what should you have thought of? She thought, did he know that Tai Bu Tian was a girl? Did he know that Tai Bu Tian gave birth to a son for him? Of course, Senior Sister Qianqian is the Empress after all. If not for such an important matter, how could you leave Iron Cloud and the lower three heavens so easily? Chu Yang laughed. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Suddenly, she felt bitter. The Empress. So, it must be Tai Bu Tian who asked you to come. And, for Tai Bu Tian to be so anxious or so cautious, it should be the issue of his children, right? Chu Yang said indifferently, as far as I know, Tai Bu Tian is the only direct descendant of the royal family in the Iron Cloud Empire. So, he asked you to find me? Wu Qianqian's heart slowly sank. From the clouds of happiness, it fell all the way to the endless abyss. At this moment, she felt that her hands and feet were ice cold. Even her heart seemed to have been frozen stiff in the land of 10,000 years of ice. What exactly did you think of? Wu Qianqian's hands on the table unconsciously clenched tightly. She used all the strength in her body. When she asked this question, there was only a faint and hopeless trace of hope in her heart. Senior Sister Wu, please forgive me for being blunt. Chu Yang pondered for a while and finally decided to be frank. I see that Senior Sister Wu is still a pure and innocent girl, and Senior Sister Wu and Tai Bu Tian have been married for some time. May I ask, Senior Sister Wu, does Tai Bu Tian have any hidden illness? Hidden illness? Wu Qianqian's hands slowly loosened. She let go weakly. She only felt cold and hot all over. Her eyes were somewhat blank. That's right, Chu Yang said. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. In my opinion, this is the only reason why a newly married emperor of a generation would send his own empress to find me. Because other than you, no one knows where I have gone. Your guess is really right. She does have a hidden illness. Wu Qianqian smiled softly. Her smile was so sad, helpless, hopeless, and heartbroken. So I was wrong. Wu Qianqian was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. Her emotions were so intense that she almost wanted to cut her own throat. If you don't give me hope and let me continue to love bitterly, that's fine. But just now, you ignited all my hope. But it was extinguished in an instant. How cruel. Although I know you didn't do it on purpose, it's because you want to twist it completely, but, to me, that's too cruel. Senior Sister Wu, you don't have to be so sad. Chu Yang saw her expression and comforted her. This is not a serious illness. Since Senior Sister Wu has found me, I will definitely help. I guarantee that the illness will be cured. He smiled warmly. No matter what, Tai Butian is also my good brother. How can I not care about his matters? Wu Qianqian slowly nodded and said, yes, thank you very much. She really has a hidden illness. And her illness, other than you, in this world, no one else can cure her. Wu Qianqian seemed to be sleepwalking when she said this. She used all her strength to keep her voice calm and indifferent. But her heart was already broken into pieces. I understand now. In your heart, I am already a married woman. Empress. Thinking of these 2 words, Wu Qianqian suddenly felt very strange. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Please recommend me. Chapter 994. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He almost did not dare to look at Wu Qianqian's miserable expression. He knew that he had brought up Wu Qianqian's sad matter, but there was no other way. Wu Qianqian was Tai Butian's empress after all. Although he had no scruples, only his own heart could not be crossed. Although Tai Butian was an emperor, he was still a brother that he acknowledged. Some things had touched Chu Yang's bottom line. Even if he were to be beheaded, he would never accept Wu Qianqian. Once Tai Butian recovered, Wu Qianqian's vague feelings would be buried deep. Wu Qianqian's pain could only continue. Senior Sister Wu, don't worry. When the heaven passage opens, I will accompany you to the lower 3 heavens to cure Brother Tai's illness. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said it all in one breath. Wu Qianqian's eyes were empty, as if she did not hear him. Chu Yang felt terrible. The only thing that was certain about this matter was that Tai Butian did have an unmentionable illness. But for Wu Qianqian to be able to come up, there must be other reasons. Wu Qianqian's current expression also showed that she was deeply in love with him. From Wu Qianqian's expression, Chu Yang seemed to see a huge whirlpool. But he forced himself not to think about it, not to throw himself into that whirlpool. He even forced himself to stay away. He forced himself not to care, not to ask, and to turn a blind eye. Wu Qianqian's pain was indescribable, but how could Chu Yang's heart feel better? Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? When he was in the lower 3 heavens, his heart was filled with emo Qingwu. But this did not mean that he turned a blind eye to Wu Qianqian's deep feelings. He was only trying his best to avoid it. He could not let Qingwu down. However, his heart was clear that Wu Qianqian was like Qingwu in his previous life to him. It could even be said that they were the same. In fact, he had even helped Chu Yang more than he had. The only thing that was lacking was that she had not given him her virginity. That was all. The lower 3 heavens was chaotic, and Chu Yang was in charge of Butian Pavilion. He was full of glory and a halo. On the surface, he could change the world with a flip of his hand. Endless mystery and glory belonged to the 3 words King of Hell Chu. However, one must know that Chu Yang himself couldn't do anything. A good man needs 3 helpers. To build a fence, you still need 3 stakes. Even if Chu Yang had hundreds of clever schemes, what could he do? But at that time, there was only one person who was worthy of Chu Yang's complete trust, and that person was Wu Qianqian. It was Wu Qianqian who had single-handedly taken care of the internal affairs for him. Everything, no matter how big or small, had passed through Wu Qianqian's hands. Only after she had sorted them out did they reach Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang gave the order and used his wisdom. However, Wu Qianqian was the one who was in charge of implementing the plan. For the sake of Chu Yang, this naive and innocent girl had forced herself to mature. She had forced herself to accept any knowledge, even if it was a cruel conspiracy that she was unwilling to accept, all for the sake of helping him. With Chu Yang around, she would do her best to help. If Chu Yang wasn't here, she would be Chu Yang. At the same time, he had to carry out his duties well. He had to do 2 things at the same time. Multitasking. He even did it himself. When he was sitting on the seat of King of Hell Chu, it wasn't just an act. There were some things that required King of Hell Chu to do personally. When King of Hell Chu did it, he had to do it with cruel means worthy of the name King of Hell Chu. Or it could be said that it wasn't strange for some ruthless officials to do it. But don't forget, Wu Qianqian was just a weak girl who wasn't even 20 years old. At that time, it had only been half a year since she had left the mountain to become King of Hell Chu's right-hand woman in Iron Cloud. When she was on the mountain, she was still naive and innocent. Half a year later, she would make a decision to kill. She would issue an order to bleed thousands of miles. She would use her delicate hands to do cruel things. She would let both her subordinates and her enemies know that the person in front of her was King of Hell Chu. Because she was wearing that black robe, she was wearing that mask. Because the person who was supposed to be wearing a black robe and a golden mask wasn't here at the moment. He was in an extremely dangerous place. The more real her act was, the safer her loved one would be. Therefore, Wu Qianqian did it without hesitation. Every time she returned, she would vomit until her liver and intestines were broken. Who would know? How cruel was it for a young girl to create those bloody scenes of hell with her own hands? Who would know? Especially for a young girl who had just stepped into Jianghu. She had to do such disgusting and cruel things. She had to do it with her own hands. Who would know the cruel torture of her heart? From this point of view, Wu Qianqian was much more tired than Chu Yang, because she didn't just pay twice as much. She also paid with her mind and love. When Chu Yang was in danger, Wu Qianqian had to use her identity as king of Hell Chu more than once to bear the burden and die for Chu Yang. She had no regrets. Because of her, Chu Yang could go out without worry. He could travel thousands of miles without worry. He could do whatever he wanted in Jianghu. He could create a legend that belonged to King of Hell Chu. What if he didn't have her? No one could answer this question. Even if Tai Butian, the emperor of a generation, were to answer this hypothetical question, Tai Butian could responsibly say, if it wasn't for Wu Qianqian, even if Chu Yang succeeded, he would have to pay 100 times more than now. In front of outsiders, Wu Qianqian was cold and blooded. She would devise strategies in a tent. She would watch the winds and clouds with a smile. When she was alone, she would curl up in the quilt and cry until her liver and intestines were broken. She would vomit until her whole body was weak. This was how she created Chu Yang's legend. But Chu Yang couldn't accept her. Chu Yang still wanted to leave. Wu Qianqian could only continue to wear that black robe and that mask. She would silently guard the situation after her sweetheart left. But who would have thought that every time she put on that black robe and that mask, her heart would shatter once? Who would know the kind of heart-wrenching pain that one would experience every day? It wasn't difficult to forget a person. As long as one left that environment and started one's life anew, one would sooner or later be engraved in one's bones. It would turn into a faint whisper in one's dreams in the middle of the night. But you wear his clothes every day, wear his mask every day, use all the methods he taught you every day, and deal with the countless things he had dealt with in the past. You even have to imitate his voice every day when you speak, and completely follow his style when you do things. You would repeat this for a long time. You want to forget? How ridiculous. Chu Yang was fully aware of all this. He was fully aware of it. Such deep feelings could even move the heaven and earth. Even though Chu Yang had the nickname of King of Hell, he wasn't a cold-hearted person. He was also a man. He was also a hot-blooded man. Wasn't he moved by Wu Qianqian's sacrifice? Didn't he have any love for Wu Qianqian? Even Chu Yang himself didn't believe this sentence. Didn't he want to accept it? Yes. No one would be willing to let down such deep feelings. But Chu Yang couldn't accept it. He could only let it down. Because at that time, Chu Yang's heart was tied to a knot from his previous life, Emo Ching Wu. Before Emo Ching Wu's matter was resolved and before Chu Yang was satisfied, Chu Yang would never involve himself in any relationship. Therefore, he resolutely chose to leave immediately after the matter was over. On one hand, it was because the matter of the 3 days couldn't wait. On the other hand, it was also because Chu Yang was running away in a sorry state. He was running away from Wu Qianqian's gentle net. He had the heart to cut off Wu Qianqian's feelings with his heartlessness. How could Chu Yang's heart not hurt? When he left, he knew that Wu Qianqian was finally going to marry Tai Butian. Although he heaved a sigh of relief, how could his heart not hurt? How could he not feel a mixture of emotions? How could he not feel guilty? How could he not feel ashamed? How could he not be heartbroken? A man was a man after all. Even if he was a hero, he was still a man. A man would have the mentality of monopolizing. This had nothing to do with morality or character. This was human nature. But what could Chu Yang say? If you couldn't give her the happiness she wanted, wouldn't you allow her to leave? Therefore, Chu Yang left first. And he didn't go back to visit the lower 3 days. After all, the lower 3 days was the place where he was born. It was the place where he fought. His sect, his friends and comrades were here. There were countless things that he couldn't let go of. Why didn't he go back to visit? Although he was busy, he would have time to go back once. It would only take a few days to go back and forth. But he didn't go back. Why? Because he was afraid. He was afraid that he would see Wu Qianqian when he went back. He didn't mean to hurt her, but hurt her the most. The indescribable guilt in his heart made him sad every time he thought of it. He could only bless Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian, and the two of them. If Wu Qianqian hadn't decided to marry Tai Butian, Chu Yang would have gone back. Emo Qingwu's matter was already very successful. She was accepted as a disciple by the two supreme martial artists. She was very safe. Chu Yang's guilt in his previous life was also partly compensated. His heart could finally feel a little better. Why didn't he go back? In this world, There was no such thing as monogamy. It was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It had been like this for thousands of years. Women were used to it, and there was nothing unacceptable about it. What was there that men couldn't accept? Did it feel good to watch a woman who loved him deeply be tortured by lovesickness until she died? But Wu Qianqian married Tai Butian, which cut off Chu Yang's thoughts of going back to visit. The less he went back, the happier Wu Qianqian would be. There would be a day when her memory faded, and she would bury the past deep in her heart. When she no longer thought about it, her heart would be at peace. If he went back when she wasn't at peace, it would only make her more miserable. I've already let her down. Why should I go back and hurt her? So Chu Yang wanted to go back countless times, but he restrained his impulse in the end. Now, they met again in the upper 3 heavens. So what? Even if they were the same, she was after all someone else's wife. A friend's wife, a brother's wife, a comrade's wife. What could Chu Yang do? Seeing Wu Qianqian sitting there in a daze, Chu Yang sighed and said, "If senior sister Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll take my leave first." Wu Qianqian said woodenly, "There's nothing else." Chu Yang looked at her silently for a while. Finally, he stood up and was about to leave. Although he felt that his steps were heavy, he could only leave. Wu Qianqian's somewhat woodenly eyes turned. Looking at the black robe leaving, the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of sadness. At this moment, a cold voice said, "Little one, I've tolerated you for a long time. You still want to leave?" Chapter 995. Chu Yang was startled. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that he had been imprisoned. He couldn't even move his lips. His whole body was stiff. Wu Qianqian shuddered. "Teacher." This white figure was, of course, Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro let Chu Yang stand there. She floated in and sat opposite Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian finally realized that Chu Yang was abnormal. She asked in panic, "Teacher, what did you do to him?" Feng Yuro said lightly, "I just punished him to stand there for a while. I haven't settled the score yet." Wu Qianqian was slightly relieved. She said, "Then, what about Teacher Yu?" She knew that Feng Yuro was gentle and doted on her a lot. Even if she was furious, Chu Yang wouldn't be in danger with her around. But in comparison, Yu Lingshue's killing intent was stronger, and his temper was also more irritable. If Yu Lingxue was here, perhaps, your Teacher Yu has something to do. Feng Yuro said lightly, "I was just worried about you being here alone. So I came up to take a look. I didn't expect to meet this bastard the moment I came." He's not a bastard," Wu Qianqian explained weakly. Feng Yuro snorted heavily. Wu Qianqian didn't dare to speak anymore. "This is the man you love deeply, right?" Feng Yuro pointed at Chu Yang and said coldly, "You're wearing a black robe because of him? You don't even wear the robe that can defend against swords and sabers that Teacher gave you. You're depressed because of him? You agreed to stay in the upper 3 heavens and be our disciple because of him?" "Teacher." Wu Qianqian stood up in panic and knelt down with a thud. "I'm guilty, but I acted on my own accord. He didn't know anything about it. If Teacher is angry, just punish me. Please don't blame him. It has nothing to do with him." "Silly girl." Feng Yuro sighed. "Why is he worthy of your love? What's so good about him? Cowardly and irresponsible. Facing a girl who loves him deeply, he can be so heartless and heartless. Why are you so silly? There are so many heroes and outstanding talents in this world. Why do you have to take a fancy to such a person?" "Master," Wu Qianqian stammered, but stubbornly said, "Chu Yang, he's not as unbearable as you say." Feng Yuro glared at him. "Shut up." He stretched out his hand and pulled Chu Yang over like a puppet. Then, he stood upright in front of the 2 men. Feng Yuro suppressed her anger and asked, "Your name is Chu Yang?" Chu Yang was stupefied. "Speak," Feng Yuro said angrily. "Master, it seems that your restriction has not been opened yet," Wu Qianqian cautiously reminded. Feng Yuro waved her hand, and Chu Yang found that he could move again. However, Chu Yang did not look surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, "You are Master Feng?" Feng Yuro's restriction made Chu Yang's heart tremble. He had only felt such an overwhelming feeling from Zixieqing. Although Feng Yuro was slightly weaker, she wasn't someone that the current Chu Yang could deal with. Neither was she someone that the current sword spirit could deal with. Feng Yuro said indifferently, "That's me." Chu Yang said casually, then, "I'm Chu Yang." Feng Yuro was infuriated. How dare an ignorant kid be mentioned in the same breath as me? Chu Yang smiled and said, "Maybe not in Master Feng's eyes, but in my mouth, we're already on the same level." Feng Yuro sneered. "You're indeed a tough nut to crack. Master Feng, you flatter me," Chu Yang said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "It's just that compared to ordinary people, I'm still somewhat tough. But why don't you dare to take responsibility for my disciple?" Feng Yuro took a breath and asked. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianqian with a complicated expression and said, "When did Master Feng know that I don't want to take responsibility? Do you know that I have my reasons for not taking responsibility?" "What reasons?" Feng Yuro frowned. Wu Qianqian asked anxiously, "Master, please don't ask anymore." Feng Yuro waved her hand. "Today, I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If there's no chance, Qianqian, you'd better give up and concentrate on your cultivation from now on. Even if you're willing, I still want to test whether you're worthy of my precious disciple." "Humph, with what? My disciple can't get married?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Little, let me ask you, is Qianqian good-looking?" Feng Yuro asked. "Not at all. Senior Sister Wu is an outstanding beauty. In the entire heavenly layer, in terms of looks, figure, and temperament, there are very few girls who can be compared to Senior Sister Wu," Chu Yang said seriously. "Then, Qianqian's temper isn't good?" "Not at all. Senior Sister Wu's character is gentle, soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She has a rare good temper." "Then, Qianqian's status isn't high?" "This has nothing to do with status. Besides, Senior Sister Wu and I are of the same origin. What status is there to talk about? Since that's the case, it's her cultivation that's not good enough for you." "Master Feng, you're joking. This matter isn't a competition." "Then, it's Qianqian who doesn't love you enough?" "No. Senior Martial Sister Wu is deeply in love with me, and I am well aware of that." "Or do you think that Qianqian isn't a good wife?" "Not at all. No matter who it is, if he can marry a girl like Senior Sister Wu, it's a blessing that he has cultivated for 3 lifetimes." "Then, I don't understand." Feng Yuro was really surprised this time. "Then why don't you accept her? Good looks, good character, good temperament, and deep love. Is there something wrong with Chu Yang's head?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He was originally unhappy that he was restrained by Feng Yuro. The confrontation earlier was a display of his emotions. But as he spoke, this anger had disappeared without a trace. "You let her disciple down. How can you blame her master for finding trouble with you?" "Master Feng, I'd like to say a few words. I hope you can let me finish my words." "Don't interrupt me," Chu Yang said lightly. "Okay, say it," Feng Yuro said straightforwardly. Chu Yang chuckled. He casually pulled a stool over and sat down in a calm and steady manner. Feng Yuro raised her eyebrows, but she finally controlled herself and didn't get angry. "I, Chu Yang, am an ordinary man. Before I met Senior Sister Wu, I already had someone I loved. But due to various reasons, we didn't get together." Chu Yang said slowly. "If there wasn't the crisis of Beyond the Heavens sect, perhaps I would work hard to improve myself step by step to get closer to the person I love. Then, there would only be the 2 of us, living happily together. Now, the heavenly layer is filled with the flames of war. The upper 3 heavens and the third 3 heavens also follow the law of the jungle. This situation has persisted for 10,000 years. As a result, the number of women is much more than men. Under such circumstances, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although I, Chu Yang, am a man of the heavenly layer, but in my heart, I still want to be with only one person to grow old together. This was my thought in the past. But later, I changed. Because of Senior Sister Wu, this belief was shaken. I used to think that deep down, I'm a devoted man. I don't deny that I once imagined having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but at that time, I didn't think I could do it. When I reached Iron Cloud, I wanted to change my fate, but there was no one I could trust. There was only Senior Sister Wu. So, I could only rely on her help to realize my dream step by step. Slowly, feelings grew. Senior Sister Wu fell in love with me, but I, Chu Yang, am not a cold-hearted man. Falling in love with me is a definite thing. Senior Sister Wu has feelings for me, and I have feelings for Senior Sister Wu as well. Speaking till here, Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. Feng Yuro frowned. She was about to ask when Chu Yang raised his hand to stop her. Master Feng, please let me finish. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue if my train of thought gets messed up. Feng Yuro frowned. She could only listen patiently. Both of us have feelings for each other, but neither of us exposed it. I deliberately avoided it, and Senior Sister Wu didn't want to make things difficult for me. Chu Yang's voice was very calm. There's always a first-come, first-served rule. Even if I want to accept Senior Sister Wu, I have to make it clear to the person I love first. After that, whether I accept or not, I have no qualms about it. But before that, I would think of any actions as adultery. Not only would I let down the person I love, but I would also blaspheme the relationship between me and Senior Sister Wu. So, I suppressed everything. After the matters in the lower three heavens were settled, I immediately prepared to leave. I had once planned to go to the lower three heavens to find the woman I love. After I've settled down there, I'll come back. If the person I love is unwilling, I can only avoid it for the rest of my life. Anyway, although both of us had feelings for each other at that time, we didn't make it clear. Senior Sister Wu also understood me, and I also understood her. This is my truest thought. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I'm a man, and I'm also lustful. In this aspect, I'm no different from any other man. But I think that my advantage is that I can give respect to the person I love, no matter if it's the woman I love deeply or Senior Sister Wu. But just when I was about to leave, Senior Sister Wu and the Emperor of Iron Cloud, Tai Butian, got engaged. Chu Yang's face revealed a touch of bitterness. Tai Butian is an overlord of his generation, an extraordinary man of his time. He has a heroic spirit and a beautiful heart. I, Chu Yang, admire him very much. More importantly, Senior Sister Wu herself agreed to this matter. And Tai Butian is also my friend, brother, and comrade. If Senior Sister Wu didn't agree, and Tai Butian was coercing her, then even if he's the emperor of his generation, I would still fight for it, even at the expense of severing ties. If I can help him build Iron Cloud, I can also destroy Iron Cloud at that time. But that's not coercion. Since that's the case, how can I? At this point, Chu Yang paused for a while and then stopped. Feng Yuro obviously didn't know about this matter. Hearing this, she looked at Wu Qianqian doubtfully, but she saw that Wu Qianqian's heartbroken look was swept away. Her face was glowing, and she looked at Chu Yang without blinking. Her pair of sparkling little ears stood up high, and her face was flushed with shyness. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She thought to herself, strange, I've reached the point where he didn't accept you, and you actually got excited. Chapter 996. I've never ignored my feelings, Chu Yang said solemnly, but when things have developed to that stage, what can I do? Feng Yuro frowned slightly. Indeed, even if both of you have feelings for each other, even if Chu Yang intends to come back for you, you've already agreed to marry someone else. What can Chu Yang do? But why is Wu Qianqian still so deeply in love with Chu Yang? In Feng Yuro's view, this shouldn't be the case. And it's not that Chu Yang shouldn't, but her own disciple shouldn't. You're already someone else's wife, and you've agreed to it personally. You've also told Chu Yang face to face, why are you still pestering him? You're a married woman, but pestering another man? No matter how deeply you love each other in the past, you shouldn't continue pestering each other like this now. But Wu Qianqian obviously hasn't let it go. She's still the same as before. But this disciple of mine shouldn't be such a shameless woman. Why is this so? Yu Lingshua's head started to hurt. It's too strange. Chu Yang also sighed. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He said hoarsely, Elder, you understand now? Haha, Now that we've brought up the past and senior sister is also listening at the side, I shouldn't have said it so bluntly. Unfortunately, I've also kept these words in my heart for a long time. Like a fishbone stuck in my throat, I can't help but spit them out. I'm a man, and I think I'm loyal too. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, but his eyes were a little fierce. Women aren't the only ones who dream. Men also have their own dreams. But when I see a woman that I've fallen in love with about to marry someone else, and both of them are willing, and that person is my good brother, what do you want me to do? Chu Yang smiled. Other than running away, what else can I do? What else can I do? I couldn't even give a promise at that time. Now, Master Feng, you're asking me why? Haha. I understand that you're anxious for your disciple. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, his smile a little tragic. Should I go and snatch my good brother's wife and say that she's my woman? Not to mention that she's the empress of a country. I didn't dare to say it before, and I was too embarrassed to say it, Chu Yang said deeply, but looking at the situation today, I'm afraid that Master Feng will keep me here if I don't say it. He raised his head indifferently. Actually, Venerable Feng wanted to kill me. No matter what, he wanted to kill me. Am I right? Firstly, it was to strengthen senior sister Wu's Dao heart. Secondly, it was because she didn't like me. I can feel Venerable Feng's killing intent. He smiled. There's nothing wrong with that. If it were me, I would do the same. After all, a disciple who has just started out has outstanding talent, and her future achievements are likely to surpass mine. With such a great future, it would be a pity if she were to get married now. The coldness in Feng Yuro's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by admiration and confusion. Very good. Feng Yuro smiled faintly. Your senses are very sharp and sensitive. His ability to judge the situation and size up the situation is even more outstanding. He is resourceful and skillful. He can also be considered a rising star of the younger generation. She said softly, I did want to kill you before, but I changed my mind now. I only want to ask you one thing. Did what you said earlier come from your heart? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I'm not at the stage where I have to lie to myself. Besides, since things have already come to this, so what if it's true? So what if it's fake? Does Venerable Feng think that it's necessary to lie at such a time? Feng Yuro smiled. She turned to look at Wu Qianqian and said, Qianqian, what's going on? Wu Qianqian's expression was a little complicated and sweet. She looked at Chu Yang and blushed. She said, Teacher, the reason for this? There's something else that I can't explain in a few words. Besides, it involves other people's privacy. One day, Chu Yang will know about it. Feng Yuro was startled and her eyes shrank. Something else? Were you forced to do this? No. Wu Qianqian said with a red face, Teacher. Don't ask any more. Anyway, it's very complicated. She sighed sweetly in her heart. She was looking forward to it, and yet conflicted at the same time. It's understandable that Chu Yang doesn't know the inside story. It turned out that he did have feelings for me after all. My efforts were not thrown into the water, and were in vain. Just this point alone is already enough to comfort me. As for Tai Butian, she was also a woman and a proud woman. She knew, understood, and supported Tai Butian's decision. She could only respect her decision. Since Chu Yang didn't know about it himself, she had to keep her promise and not tell him about it. Besides, the heavens were now sealed. He couldn't go down even if he wanted to. If Chu Yang knew about it, his mind would be disturbed and it would affect his cultivation and battle. She could wait for them to make it clear themselves. As long as they have feelings for each other, there's no hurry to be together. As long as you have me in your heart and don't let me love you so bitterly, that's enough. Actually, my request is really not high. Chu Yang and Feng Yuro had the same expression now. They looked at the shy Wu Qianqian in a daze, confused and confused. What's going on? You didn't deny the fact that you were married to Tai Butian. You didn't deny your feelings for Chu Yang either. Tai Butian didn't force or coerce you. You were the one who agreed to it willingly, yet you're secretly thinking about your old lover until the end of time. You actually don't seem to take such a heinous thing to heart. Instead, you have a clear conscience? No matter what, this is an unbelievable thing to Wu Qianqian. And you're actually secretly happy? This is making us perplexed. According to Wu Qianqian's character, she's not such a shameless woman. The two of them looked at each other and thought in their hearts. Looks like the secret behind this is really not small. But no matter how hard they think, they would never have thought that Wu Qianqian's husband in name is actually a woman. And she's also Chu Yang's woman. And she even has a child. Since this is the case, what is Wu Qianqian afraid of? What kind of psychological burden could there be? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Even though he was intelligent and quick-witted, he was really confused at this moment. He stuttered, "Senior Sister Wu, that. What? This? What's going on?" Wu Qianqian blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She said, "What do you know? Go and do your own things. You don't have to worry about me." As she said, she actually pursed her lips and smiled dreamily. Her limpid eyes quietly turned, and she lowered her head. Then, she secretly raised her head again. She pursed her lips and smiled gently again. In that instant, she seemed to have thought of something, and even her little ears actually turned red. Chu Yang walked out of Jiaxiu building in a daze, 1 foot high and 1 foot low. He only felt that the weather today was really sunny. But what the hell is going on? Don't tell me that after I confess my feelings, everything will be fine? The wind also stopped, the clouds also stopped, and the murderous aura even more dispersed. He still remembered asking Wu Qianqian before he left the building. Then, Tai Butian, is he really sick? Wu Qianqian blushed at that time and actually stomped her feet. She said angrily, "Of course he's sick. He's very sick. And what I said is also the truth. His illness, other than you, no one can cure him." "Yes, you've cured her illness, and so have I." Of course, Wu Qianqian couldn't say these words out loud. Even thinking about it made her face turn red. She drove Minister Chu out of the room as if she was driving him away. Then, she leaned against the door and smiled foolishly. Not to mention that Chu Yang, who was chased out, was almost sick from boredom. Even Feng Yuro, who was in the room, stared at her disciple. In that instant, she almost felt that her disciple had lost her mind. Otherwise, why would she do such a thing that went against common sense? "Qianqian, what's going on?" Feng Yuro frowned and asked as she looked at her disciple, who was like a young girl in love. Master, don't ask anymore. Anyway, there's a secret to this matter, a very big secret. Anyway, this matter. You don't have to bother about it." Wu Qianqian, who had never acted coquettishly ever since she was taken in as a disciple, actually acted coquettishly for the first time. She hugged Feng Yuro's arm and shook it. Feng Yuro's head was dizzy from the shaking. She held her forehead and moaned, I think I need to rest. This world has really changed. It's changed so much that I don't even recognize it anymore." Wu Qianqian smiled quietly. After helping her master to sit down, Wu Qianqian went to make tea. Her face was red, and it was unknown what she was thinking about. She poured the tea from the teapot and didn't even realize that the teacup was full. She continued to pour the tea into the teapot. Sigh. Feng Yuro sighed and rolled her eyes. She took the teapot from Wu Qianqian's hands and shook her head. This disciple is hopeless. Feng Yuro had already taken the teapot, but Wu Qianqian still didn't realize it. She was still in that position. After a long time, she came to her senses and asked, where's the teapot? By the time you finished pouring tea for me, this Jiaxiu building would have been flooded. Feng Yuro said with disappointment, I say, Qianqian, women, girls, must be reserved. Even if you're very willing, you shouldn't immediately reveal such a joyful expression. You'll be looked down upon by others. Do you know that? To think that you've commanded troops, fought in battle formations, and even been an empress. You're so immature. I really wonder how you're supposed to be the empress of the world. Wu Qianqian laughed mischievously. Then, she said with a smile, Master, it's good for a girl to be reserved, but a girl must also dare to love and dare to hate. Because once a girl falls in love, it's for life. Compared to a lifetime of happiness, being reserved isn't important. I didn't dare to say it before because I was afraid that I'd ruin the relationship between him and his sweetheart. So, I buried it deep in my heart. Now that I know, I won't say it in the future. Chu Yang is a responsible person. When he's done with his own affairs, He'll give me an explanation no matter what. And I'll just wait for him. Wu Qianqian smiled happily. Even if I can't wait my whole life, I already know that he has me in his heart. That's enough. I'm competing with Sharp Knife, and the loser has to tip the loser. I'm going to torture him to death. Everyone, just wait for our page to increase Sharp Knife God's tip. I'm very happy to exploit stingy people. Chapter 997. Chu Yang walked out of Jiaxiu building in a daze. He was still puzzled about this matter. After turning a corner, he walked towards Orchard Palace. At this moment, it was just past dawn and far from noon. The sun hung diagonally in the sky. The sunlight shone down, but it could not offset the coldness. As he thought about this matter, he was also puzzled. Why were there so many people making a ruckus downstairs? In such a short time, everyone had run away? Could it be that the words that he and Wu Qianqian had said and acted out were so effective? After walking for a while, he was about to reach Orchard Palace. After turning a corner, he suddenly realized that there were a few people looking at him and laughing. Chu Yang was stunned. He saw that these people were dressed in blue. They were full of energy. They did not cover their faces, nor did they hide their whereabouts. They actually blocked his path so openly. People from the Lan clan. Lan Chang'e was leaning lazily against a tree. When he saw Chu Yang coming over, his eyes lit up. He straightened his back and walked over. "Brother Chu, huh? Nice to meet you." Lan Chang'e looked at Chu Yang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother Chu and Wu Xian must have had a good chat?" Chu Yang smiled shyly and said, "Brother Lan must be joking. Sigh, this matter is really hard to explain." Lan Chang'e revealed an, as expected, expression and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then, he pulled Chu Yang's hand and smiled knowingly. He came closer to Chu Yang and said, "Brother Chu, I'm here today to consult you on something. I hope you can enlighten me." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "What is it?" Lan Chang'e pulled Chu Yang affectionately and said, Come, let's talk here. There is a tea house here. Today, I will be the host and treat Brother Chu to tea. Haha, you and I feel like old friends. Brother Chu, please don't decline. Please, come. Chu Yang was now bold. He was not afraid of Lan Chang'e's tricks. Besides, he was also very curious about why Lan Chang'e was looking for him. Hence, he went with the flow and agreed. The 4 to 5 people turned a corner and entered the tea house. They found a secluded seat and sat down. Lan Chang'e waved his hand, and the 4 experts who were accompanying him dispersed and guarded the 4 directions. Lan Chang'e personally grabbed the teacup that had just been delivered by the shop owner. With his other hand, he grabbed a pot of hot water and poured tea for Chu Yang. His voice was kind, his manner was graceful, and his face was gentle. It was as if he was a completely different person compared to how he was at Jiaxiu building. Sure enough, the young disciples of these big clans were all shrewd. On the surface, all of them looked like they were messing around, but once they were out of the public eye, all of them stood out from the crowd. Chu Yang thought to himself, I wonder if this is more realistic? Or was that more realistic? Or perhaps, none of these people had shown their true colors yet? Thank you. May I ask why young Master Lan is looking for me? The earlier you tell me, the better. That way, I'll know what to do. Chu Yang held the teacup and discovered that the teacup was transparent. Every teacup was actually carved out of a piece of white crystal. From the outside, one could see the rise and fall of the tea. Brother Chu, please be patient. Please try this tea. This is the specialty of Tianji City. It is said that this tea is brewed on a night when the moon is hidden. It is bathed in the stars and is brewed with the help of the heavenly way. How can one not drink the starry night tea in Tianji City? Please. Every guest who comes to this tea house can only have 1 cup of tea per day. Brew it yourself, adjust it yourself, drink it to your own taste, and feel your own artistic conception. Lan Chang'e served the tea attentively. I heard that everyone who drinks this tea has a different feeling. Haha, it's very magical. Oh, there's such a thing? I wonder what Brother Lan's feeling is? Chu Yang held up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea as he said lightly, You're looking for me for something, but I'm not looking for you for something. You're not anxious, so I'm not anxious either. Let's just waste time. I have plenty of time. I have tens of thousands of years to waste time with you. Brother Chu, this tea is also like life. Look, although the tea leaves in the teacup are floating, each of them is trying hard to float upwards. Although each of them is independent, the opening of the teacup is only so big. With so many tea leaves, it's impossible for all of them to float to the top. Although there's only a thin line separating them, there is still some up and some down, some high and some low. This kind of suppression, the competition is also quite intense. Lan Changa laughed and pointed at the tea in the teacup as he spoke in a clear and organized manner. Chu Yang tilted his head and said, "Oh?" Lan Changa smiled deeply and said, "When others look at tea, what they see is tea. But in my eyes, it's life in the martial world." Chu Yang stared at the teacup and said, "That's right, there is indeed competition. But this competition is passive. If there's no boiling water, this cup of tea is just some withered trees." Brother Chu's words are right. But the more this is the case, the more interesting it is. Every one of us is like these withered tea leaves. Originally, we were quietly staying in a certain place, aloof from worldly affairs. But no matter what the reason is, whether it's forced or voluntary, we will eventually throw ourselves into the boiling water, to engage in a life-and-death struggle that is beyond one's control, where the victor will be decided. So in my eyes, this cup of boiling water is the heavens, and the tea leaves are all living beings. Lan Changa revealed a disappointed expression and said, "For example, you and me." Chu Yang frowned and thought deeply. Brother Lan's words may make sense. However, although this kind of competition is helpless, it's also because of this competition that when the winner and loser are determined, it also allows these withered trees to release the hidden potential of their bodies, which is the fragrance of tea. So, although being soaked in hot water and suffering unspeakably, there's also the blooming of the original green color and the original fragrant fragrance. Even if it's bitter, it's still better than lying in the pot and becoming a withered tree without any consciousness. Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's also much better than those teas of the same origin that are hung on the branches until they grow old and fall to the ground to become soil." Lan Changa clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Chu's words really win my heart. It's just that this cup of water is not the heavens, and we are also not tea. Chu Yang changed the topic and said, "There are many capable people in the heavens. Eventually, someone will jump out of the shackles of the heavens and roam the universe. However, the tea in this cup would never jump out of this cup for all eternity. Moreover, once the fragrance dissipates, these tea leaves will become tasteless trees and sink to the bottom of the water." Chu Yang raised his head and smiled. Just like a person who has finished his life, although he has been glorious, brilliant, fragrant, and fragrant, in the end, he still becomes a corpse. Maybe there are exceptions. Some tea leaves are always floating on the surface of the water, but they are also drunk into the stomach of the person who drank the tea and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "What do you think, Brother Lan?" Lan Changa's eyes flashed and he said, "Chu Yang has also not seen the outside world, right? Who knows if those who have jumped out of the shackles of the heavens did not jump into the stomach of others?" Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Brother Lan's words are too reasonable. He made a silent evaluation in his heart. This Lan Changa was somewhat scheming and also somewhat enlightened. He could be said to be a talent. However, his thinking was somewhat cruel and pessimistic. Such a person had actually already accepted his fate. He believed that even if he jumped out of the heavens, it would be a dead end. Therefore, his lifetime achievements would not be too high. Moreover, he was somewhat narrow-minded and could not bear to see others succeed. This could be seen from a sentence. Who knows if those who have jumped out of the shackles of the heavens did not jump into the stomach of others? Chu Yang wanted to say, "It's a pity that you don't even have the ability and qualifications to jump into the stomach of others." But after thinking for a while, he finally swallowed his words. The situation now was complicated. There was really no need to offend anyone for a cup of tea, especially such a narrow-minded person. Lan Changa picked up the teacup in front of him and shook it. The tea that was floating on the surface of the water slowly fell to the bottom of the teacup. He smiled warmly and said, "Brother Chu, look. Isn't this the time when the heavens were folded? That powerful person shook the teacup, the heavens, and so many incompetent people died. He placed the teacup on the table and waited for the water to calm down. Chu Yang realized that there were pieces of tea floating on top of Lan Changa's tea. The geographical situation was actually similar to that of the big clans now. Only this piece of tea is left. Doesn't it look like a big clan? Lan Changa smiled meaningfully. Chu Yang laughed and frowned in his heart. This Lan Changa, compared to Diwu Qingrou's breadth of mind, was like heaven and earth. Just this analogy alone could be seen to be somewhat frivolous. Moreover, this was the first time they met. You said such words and made such an analogy in front of someone who was not from a big clan. This piece of tea is also secretly competing. Lan Changa's eyes shone with excitement. He looked at the tea and said, "Competing to see who sinks first." Chu Yang nodded and smiled. This piece of tea is the biggest, just like the Yi clan. Lan Changa used his index finger to point at the piece of tea and said, "Although it is big, it is also slightly old and rotten. Although this piece of tea occupies the best spot, it is also the target of public criticism. The other pieces of tea are all trying to get closer to this piece of tea. If there is an external force shaking this piece of tea, it will fall down." Lan Changa laughed and said, "Brother Chu, Yi Shifeng's team seems to be a little unfriendly. Brother Chu, do you know that this power is currently in your hands?" Chu Yang frowned and said with a little confusion, "The power is in my hands?" "Yes, Yi Shifeng first spread rumors to me to make things difficult for you. Then, after Brother Chu mentioned Wu Xian's injury, he immediately changed his attitude. I'm sure Brother Chu is aware of the strangeness of this matter." Lan Changa smiled meaningfully and said, "Brother Chu, may I ask? Is Wu Xian's injury caused by the Yi clan? Moreover, the Yi clan must have done it secretly, so Wu Xian still doesn't know who the real culprit is. However, Brother Chu knows?" Chapter 998. Brother Lan's thoughts are really meticulous. Chu Yang praised him from the bottom of his heart. This Duke Lan, who only knew how to use singing to pick up girls, was able to deduce such a matter from a short conversation between Chu Yang and Yi Shifeng. Furthermore, he was able to deduce the truth of the matter. Not to mention this person's character, his wisdom and insight could be said to be shocking. Chu Yang purposely revealed the matter at that place to plant a bomb for the Yi clan. However, he did not expect that the first person who came to the door after smelling the fishy smell was Lan Changa. According to this deduction, Yi Shifeng definitely did not know Wu Xian's identity at that time and only wanted to let his subordinates kidnap the beauty. However, he did not expect to meet such a tough opponent. Lan Changa smiled and said, "Yi Shifeng actually dared to use force on the younger brother of the Moon Breeze couple. I, Lan Changa, have to admire his lust." Chu Yang laughed heartily and said sincerely, "Duke Lan's insight really makes me want to prostrate myself in admiration and pay you back." Lan Changa laughed and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Chu." Chu Yang said, "So, what do you mean?" Lan Changa smiled sinisterly and said, "This piece of tea, in the center, is already being eyed covetously. However, as long as someone shakes the teacup, this piece of tea will fall. And the Moon Breeze couple can shake it completely." Lan Changa smiled faintly and raised his head to look at Chu Yang. He said, "Brother Chu, an opportunity to change the world is now in front of you. Just one word from you, and the situation of the entire heavenly layer will change because of you." Therefore, in Lan Changa's eyes, Chu Yang's face turned red. He was extremely excited. His body couldn't help but lean forward, although he immediately realized it and changed back. However, this proved that Chu Yang was extremely excited at the moment. Moreover, Chu Yang's fist unconsciously clenched into a tight fist. Then, he let go, but his knuckles were already white. Obviously, this sentence had shocked Chu Yang too much. The situation of the entire heavenly layer will change because of you. Since ancient times, who had been able to do this? Lan Changa sneered in his heart. He is indeed a bumpkin. He was actually bewitched by a few words of mine and became dizzy. To change the situation of the heavens, just by relying on a country bumpkin like you? Brother Chu, you didn't expect this, right? Lan Chang'e smiled reservedly. In order to cater to Chu Yang, his eyes also revealed a fiery look like Chu Yang's. He lowered his voice and appeared even more mysterious and serious. As long as Brother Chu says a word and passes it to Wuxian, how can Elders Feng and you tolerate their beloved disciple being bullied like this? As long as there is chaos, and this is a critical moment where the Master of Calamity Sword is about to come out, the entire level 9 heavens will be in chaos. The Yi clan will fall. His voice was trembling with excitement. When the time comes, Brother Chu's name will spread far and wide. Whoever sees you will give you a thumbs up and say, "What a hero! A good man." Even the Master of the Calamity Sword might not be able to do it, but you can do it with just one word. Brother Chu, what is the purpose of living in this world? What is the reason for a man to fight for his entire life? Chu Yang was so agitated that his face was flushed red, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Even his scalp seemed to be glowing. He looked at Lan Chang'e agitatedly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 yes. What Brother Lan said makes so much sense. Lan Chang'e was even more energized. He said, "When the time comes, Brother Chu will hold the universe in your hands, step on the wind and clouds, and shake the heaven and earth with a stomp of your feet. Don't forget to give me a hand." Chu Yang was overjoyed. He even forgot his place and patted Lan Chang'e's head, as if he was patting a puppy. He laughed heartily and said, "Of course. When the time comes, if you have any problems, Chang'e can just use my name." The corner of Lan Chang'e's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his face. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and put on a face full of smiles, saying, "Then in the future, we brothers must work together sincerely." Chu Yang patted his head again and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person who forgets favors and violates justice. All in all, the Lan clan will be under my protection in the future." The corner of Lan Chang'e's mouth twitched again. He almost could not control himself and jumped up to slap this little guy into meat paste. "Damn it, who do you think you are? You actually... The Lan clan will be under my protection in the future?" I spat out the food that I ate last year and almost threw up. But in order to achieve his goal, he put on a smile on his face and said respectfully, of course, of course." His heart was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. And it was a fly that had just flown up from a pile of steaming feces. Lan Chang'e's face was full of smiles, but in his heart, he could not wait to strangle this bastard to death. He scolded disdainfully in his heart, "Idiot! You really think you are a big shot? See how I will play you to death, you bastard." Chu Yang's face was full of excitement. He patted this guy's head with both of his hands. He really wanted to stop patting and just break it. He scolded disdainfully in his heart, "Fuck your mother. You really think I am an old fool? See how I will play you to death." But once this matter is discovered by the Yi clan, Brother Chu's life will be in danger, Lan Chang'e said worriedly, looking at Chu Yang with concern. "I wonder if Brother Chu has a good plan? To promote this great plan that will change the world? Will it also help my brother achieve his unparalleled fame? Be passed down through the ages?" Chu Yang scolded angrily in his heart, "After talking for so long, aren't you just pouring out the dirty water in your stomach? Why are you still pretending at this time?" However, on the surface, he frowned, looking distressed and helpless. I really have not thought about it. If the Yi clan wants to kill me how can I be a match for the Yi clan?" He looked like a coward. Lan Chang'e suddenly looked down on him again. He despised him even more in his heart. However, on the surface, he looked heroic. He patted his chest and said forthrightly, "Brother Chu, have you forgotten about me? Hee, this little brother here has a foolproof plan." Chu Yang hurriedly asked, "What foolproof plan? Hurry up and tell me, ha ha ha, Chang'e. I realize that you are really too cute, ha." As he said, he patted his head as if he was comforting a puppy. He even stroked his head along his neck. It was like a person praising a big yellow dog, so obedient. Lan Chang'e shook his head awkwardly. However, for the sake of the big picture, he did not dare to get angry. He said, "Brother Chu has already established a relationship with Wu Xian. There will be follow-up treatment in the future. You only need to remind her intentionally or unintentionally. As a young girl, Wu Xian was almost raped. How can she take this lying down? Therefore, Wu Xian will definitely start an investigation. Once she finds conclusive evidence, she will inform the Elders Feng, and you and I only need to add fuel to the fire. The conflict between the Yi clan and the Elders Feng, and you will only get bigger and bigger, Chu Yang said doubtfully, but even so, it is not enough to blow things up. Lan Changa's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. He said, Brother Chu, how is Wu Xian? Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He said greedily, she is like a fairy who has turned into a human, too beautiful. A trace of jealousy appeared on Lan Changa's face. He immediately hid it and said, Brother Chu, don't you want to have such a beauty forever? Think about it. If every night you can have such a beauty under your crotch and enjoy to your heart's content, how blissful would that be? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of anger. At this moment, because of this sentence, Lan Changa had already been sentenced to death in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him to live. Damn it, how dare he say that about Senior Wu? But this suggestion, cough cough, that is my business. His face had a perverted expression. He pretended to be noble and said, Brother Lan, cough cough, what are you saying? Wu Xian and I have a pure relationship. Once he heard the words pure relationship, Lan Changa's anger surged up. His chest almost exploded and he could not breathe. He almost wanted to curse and kill this guy in front of him in one breath. What the hell is this pure relationship between a man and a woman? Brother Chu, don't you want to? Lan Changa suppressed the urge to vomit blood. Of course I want to. Chu Yang blurted out without thinking. I have a way to help Brother Chu. Not only can Brother Chu bring the beauty home, but it can also push the blame to the Yi clan and make the Elders Feng and you furious. From then on, they will fight the Yi clan to the death. Lan Changa said mysteriously. Say it, Chu Yang said impatiently. Brother Chu, let's first clarify this matter and treat Wu Xian's injury to gain their trust. When Wu Xian and the Elders Feng, and you confirm that it was the Yi clan who did it, then find the right opportunity. I have a bag of medicine here. Once the woman smells it, she will be unconscious. At the very least, she will be weak all over. At that time, I will send someone to cut Wu Xian out but leave a trace for the Elders Feng and you to find, of course. I will bring her to the Yi clan. At that time, the Elders Feng and you will fight, but Brother Chu will be able to make this unique antidote. After many trials and tribulations, you can finally cure Wu Xian. But the last step requires a man and a woman to have intercourse. In this way, Wu Xian will lose her virginity. Because of the medicine, her potential will become very poor. And because of the medicine, it will be very easy for her to get pregnant. If Wu Xian gets pregnant, haha, that is equivalent to ruining the relationship between the Elders Feng and you. How can the elders not be angry? But Brother Chu, you will be able to get a beauty because of this. Brother Chu, you were helpless because you wanted to save her. Besides, even if Wu Xian doesn't have much affection for you, you are still the father of the child. Can she kill you? Besides, she has no future in martial arts. If she marries Brother Chu and becomes your wife, what else can she do? In this way, under the fury of the Elders Feng and you, what benefits can the Yi clan get? When the time comes, the other big clans will gang up and attack. Brother Chu, you will be able to vent your anger and achieve your unrivaled fame. Moreover, you will also be able to obtain a marriage bestowed by the heavens. You will be as beautiful as a flower. I am being abused, depressed. My speed is trash in front of the Saber God. Sigh. The Saber God has given me a hard blow. He said, I have 10 fingers and you only have 2. I am already giving you face by not increasing my speed to 5 times that of yours. He made me so angry that I almost fainted. After thinking for a long time, I finally replied, although I only have 2 fingers, when we are fighting, my 2 fingers are always pointing at you. Chapter 999. What a brilliant plan. Chu Yang slapped his thigh and said hesitantly, then, isn't it too immoral? I've been gentle and modest since young, gentle and kind since young. Lan Changa scolded him in his heart. You're a pile of dog shit. But he advised, Brother Chu, I really don't know what to say. You must know that a real man. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang's face was conflicted and hesitant. Finally, it turned into determination. Okay, let's do it. Lan Changa clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Chu is indeed a hero. I didn't misjudge you. Only a big dish like Brother Chu can achieve great things. Chu Yang laughed heartily, but his heart was heavy. This plan could not be said to be not ingenious, and could not be said to be not sinister. However, Chu Yang could see a lot of things from this. So, he became even more vigilant. Lan Changa did not do this to cause chaos in the heavenly layer and change the situation, but to cause the Yi clan to fall into a quagmire here. With the Elders Feng and you hindering them, the Yi clan would not be able to do anything in this Tianji city. How would they be able to do anything else? In this way, the matter of the Divine Clan Elder would become the Lan clans? But even if the Yi clan backed out of this matter, what confidence did the Lan clan have to succeed? Moreover, the Ling clan was now involved. There must be other reasons for this. But no matter what, a mere elder of the Lan clan dared to plot against the Elders Feng and you. This matter was worthy of Chu Yang's vigilance. At this moment, he thought of two people. Diwu Qingru once said, don't rely on your martial power. As long as you have a bright future, you can change the world. Mo Tianji once said, ordinary people with intelligence can control the supreme martial artist. But if the supreme martial artist has no intelligence, ordinary people can also plot against him to death. Lan Changa was doing this now. Naturally, Lan Changa's intelligence was far inferior to Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji. However, it was precisely because he was far inferior that he was able to think of such a scheme. Even the enormous Yi clan and the powerful Elders Feng and you were trapped. And this vicious plan against Wu Qianqian was obviously to destroy her. Destroy the Elder Feng and you, who had a bright future, to prepare for the future of the big clan. Chu Yang dared to bet that a simple-minded person would have been persuaded if he wasn't the one sitting here at this moment. Leaving a name in history. Shocking the world. Beautiful. Supreme martial artist. The Lan clan as one of the big clans. All of this was too tempting. But Chu Yang dared to say, if it was done, the first part of the first part would be the first part. Perhaps the first half of the plan would go according to plan. However, the person who would detoxify Wu Qianqian would definitely not be this person but Lan Changa, and the person who carried out this plan, other than being silenced, was blasted into smithereens by the Moon Breeze couple in their fury. However, the main culprit, Lan Changa, had his ways to stay out of the matter. And the one in the end, you. So, Brother Chu agrees? Lan Changa asked excitedly. Yes. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, stared and slapped his thigh. Haha. Then I shall congratulate Brother Chu and Wu Xian in advance. Lan Changa was envious. Brother Chu's luck with women. I am really envious. Chu Yang was so pleased with himself that he laughed out loud. It was as if the beauty was already in his arms. But after laughing for a while, he frowned and said, That's not right. That's not right. It's not enough. Lan Changa was stunned and asked, Brother Chu, what's not enough? Chu Yang frowned and said, Brother Lan, you see, from the beginning to the end, I have only found a wife. She has some reputation, but the real benefits, there is nothing at all. Lan Changa blinked his eyes in confusion. Brother Chu, you mean? Chu Yang sighed and said, even if Wu Xian and I get married and she becomes my wife, we still have to live for a while, right? But reputation can't make a living after all. Lan Changa was really stunned. Damn you. You are really greedy. I have promised you so many benefits, and you still want to raise conditions? Brother Chu, what do you mean? Lan Changa pinched his nose and asked unhappily, Brother Lan, you also know that I am a pharmacist. What I am most interested in are elixirs, especially heavenly treasures. When I see them, I can't move my legs, Chu Yang said. Lan Changa blinked and said, Chu Yang sighed and said, I don't need too many of these. Every 10,000 years old and above, I just need 8 or 10 of them. I only need 10 of them. After all, I still have to participate in the medicine banquet, right? Lan Changa said painfully, so many. If Brother Lan thinks that it's too much, then forget it. Chu Yang said considerately. It's not a lot. The Lan clan will fork out these treasures for Brother Chu. Lan Changa gritted his teeth. Aya, thank you so much. Chu Yang held Lan Changa's hand excitedly and shook it continuously. Also, I am extremely interested in some rare mineral resources. Chu Yang counted his fingers and said, for example, star iron, sky wood, nightmare silver, sky dream gold, red cloud steel, star stone, tears of the purple sun. I want to get them even in my dreams. I don't ask for too much of each type. A few £100 will do. Brother Lan, these things are priceless. They are the real treasures. Lan Changa opened his mouth and said, If Brother Lan has any difficulties, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I will try my best for our matters. Chu Yang put on a straight face. But anyone could tell what he really meant. If you don't satisfy my conditions, then there is nothing to talk about. Anyway, you need me now. Lan Changa really wanted to grind his teeth. His face was pained, but he still pretended to be forthright and said, no problem. Even if I can't get so much, I will try my best to get it for Brother Chu. Brother Lan, you are really righteous. To be able to make a friend like you in my life, it is really not a waste. Chu Yang looked at him, touched. I fucking met you and had 8 generations of bad luck. Lan Changa scolded in his heart. Once the matter is over and I have achieved my goal, I will spit out whatever you have taken from me. How could I let a vampire-like bastard like you off so easily? But the amount of purple crystals used for daily cultivation can't be little. Chu Yang sighed and said, what should I do? Actually, I only need 100 or 200,000 purple crystals and that will be enough for me. Even if you give me, I will have enough. Lan Changa almost vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Brother Chu, don't worry. Leave it to me. Brother Lan is really forthright. Chu Yang was so touched that he almost cried. In the future, when Wu Xin and I become husband and wife, I will definitely be grateful to Brother Lan for recognizing my worth and helping me fulfill my wish. You are so generous and generous. Lan Changa forced a smile and said, Brother Chu is really... Ha ha ha, you are too polite. Chu Yang laughed and said, truth, truth. Suddenly, he frowned again and seemed to be very worried. Lan Changa was most afraid of his frowning now. He was suddenly on tenterhooks and asked, Brother Chu, what else do you lack? Nothing, nothing. Chu Yang frowned and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. I am really embarrassed to say. Brother Chu, feel free to say it. Lan Changa took a deep breath and gently exhaled. He was afraid that he would lose control and lose his temper and slap this partner into minced meat. That would be very bad. Then I will be frank. So, he immediately said, you see, Brother Lan, you have a big family and a big business. If you succeed in this matter, once. Haha, I'll say the ugly words first. If you don't admit it when the time comes, who should I cry to if you don't admit it? Not admitting it was a foregone conclusion. Lan Changa scolded fiercely in his heart and said, Brother Chu wants. I want to get half of it first. After the matter is done, I will get the other half. Chu Yang said unquestionably, get half of it first? You really dare to say that? Lan Changa suddenly jumped up. Brother Lan, you are wrong. Chu Yang said, when doing business, there is a deposit. Moreover, this is a matter of life and death. Half is already very little. How can scheming against a supreme martial artist be so easy to scheme against? Brother Lan, you have been hiding behind the scenes from the beginning, and there is no danger at all. But I'm the one charging at the front. If I make a mistake, I'll definitely lose my life. To put it bluntly, I am using my own life to fight for a future. Chu Yang's face gradually turned cold. Half, no discussion, not even my father. If this condition is not met, our previous discussion will end here. Lan Changa's face was full of anger. In such a hurry, where can I find so many things for you? You are purely making things difficult for me. Chu Yang crossed his legs and said, that is your problem, Brother Lan. Lan Changa looked at him angrily. Suddenly, his eyes slowly revealed a fierce look. Chu Yang said calmly, Brother Lan, when you invited me today, you did not hide your whereabouts. Many people know that I was invited by you. And tomorrow, I will continue to treat Wuxian's injuries. If I go missing, what will Supreme Martial Artist Feng and you think? Unless the Lan clan does not want her disciple to recover fully? Lan Chang'e was stunned. This was indeed a possibility. However, how could the Lan clan afford to offend Supreme Martial Artist Feng and you now? Even if there was a little doubt, it would affect the big plan. If we can't come to an agreement, I will not know what to say when I see Wuxian tomorrow. Chu Yang said dejectedly, I thought I had a chance to become rich and famous. Sigh, I did not expect to rejoice for nothing. My biggest weakness is that I am greedy for money and lust. Lan Chang'e reached out a hand and stopped him. He smiled gently and kindly. Brother Chu, what are you saying? You and I are good brothers. How can I not fulfill such a small request? Brother Chu, don't worry. When we leave this place, you can just follow me to get it. Asking everyone for subscriptions. Many people have left these few days. Everyone knows the specific reason, so I will not say it. Sigh, not only did the subscriptions not increase, they are even less than last month. Chapter 1000. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Really? Lan Chang'e's heart was bleeding. He said, I, Lan Chang'e, always keep my promises. That's great. Chu Yang shook his hand. You treat me as a country knight. I will repay you wholeheartedly. Brother Lan, don't worry. I am just one person. I will not be able to escape from the Lan clan. So, haha, our cooperation will definitely work. How would I dare to be crafty? Lan Chang'e smiled cruelly. It's good that you know. However, Brother Lan has to promise that after the deal is done, you will not burn the bridge after crossing the river or kill me to silence me, Chu Yang said solemnly. Of course. Lan Chang'e said solemnly. I swear to the heavens that if I do such a thing, I will die a horrible death. Chu Yang was touched. Brother Lan, you don't have to swear so heavily. Little brother is really confused. I believe you. Lan Chang'e laughed. When can we start? Lan Chang'e asked. When the things I want are here, I can start immediately. Chu Yang promised seriously. Good. Lan Chang'e praised. Brother Chu is indeed straightforward. Let's go. I will bring you to get the things. However, some of the things may not be enough. I need to send people to collect them. Brother Chu, please don't be offended. How can I be offended? I have all the time in the world. I can wait. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Lan Chang'e was depressed. I said this in hopes that you would say, it's okay to have less. I did not expect this bastard to be so muddle-headed that he could wait. You are an idle person. Of course you can wait. But you can't wait forever. The two of them walked out of the tea house affectionately and went straight to the Lan clan's residence. After walking for a while and turning two corners, they met a group of people. The two of them looked and were stunned. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The people who came were Yi Shifeng and his subordinates. They were about to go out for a meal. Upon seeing Chu Yang and Lan Chang'e being so intimate, Yi Shifeng's eyes instantly revealed a trace of viciousness, which was immediately concealed. He laughed heartily and welcomed them. So it's Brother Lan and Brother Chu. Why? Did the two of you go to have a meal? That's really early. Chu Yang replied honestly, No, I just drank a cup of tea. Yi Shifeng said affectionately, Lan Chang'e, you are too stingy. You only invited Brother Chu out for a cup of tea. Come, Brother Chu, if you don't mind. I will treat you to a drink. How could Lan Chang'e let Chu Yang and Yi Shifeng go? He stepped forward and stopped him with a faint smile on his face. Brother Yi, Brother Chu and I still have some matters to attend to. If Brother Yi wants to treat us to a meal, after we finish our business, Brother Yi can choose a place and I will go with Brother Chu. Yi Shifeng glared at Lan Chang'e and said, If that's the case, I shall not disturb Brother Chu and Brother Lan. Brother Chu, don't forget that this little brother still owes you a meal. Ha ha ha, you and I are brothers. The future is long. Another day, I will definitely drink with Brother Chu until we are drunk. When the time comes, Brother Chu, please don't refuse. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, What are you talking about? Since Brother Yi is treating, I'm more than happy to oblige. Yi Shifeng laughed heartily, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left with his men. This person looks forthright on the surface, but he is actually a smiling tiger very sinister. Lan Changa said in a timely manner, Brother Chu, when interacting with him, no matter what happens, you have to be careful. Yes. Chu Yang sighed. In this world, there are too few people like Brother Lan who values friendship, loyalty, and kindness. The two of them laughed heartily and chatted as they walked away. Behind them, Yi Shifeng, who had just turned the corner, turned his head and looked at the direction that Chu Yang and Lan Changa were walking towards. He asked doubtfully, what are the two of them doing together? He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Could it be that Lan Changa wanted to deal with him? He thought about how he had offended Lan Changa just now, and the two of them had a conflict of interest. Yi Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. Second young master, is there any problem? An old man beside him asked with a serious expression. The problem? I'm afraid it's not a small problem. Yi Shifeng sighed and said, follow me. I'll tell you in detail. If there's really no other way, we can only eliminate the disaster as soon as possible. Even if we have to offend Han Xiaoran, we can't care about it anymore. Everyone sighed. Han Xiaoran's cultivation was not very high. Moreover, among the law enforcement masters, the other 8 were already at the level of a supreme martial artist. The law enforcement master was even a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. However, Han Xiaoran was still at the peak of the 2nd-grade martial saint level and had not made any progress for many years. Such strength was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Yi clan, the number 1 clan. However, Han Xiaoran's identity was not just an ordinary 2nd-grade martial saint. He was the number 1 leader of the law enforcement officers in the entire southeast region. He was one of the most capable assistants of the Dharma Supreme. Touching Han Xiaoran would mean facing the revenge of the entire southeast law enforcement officers. This was only one of the reasons. More importantly, touching Han Xiaoran was equivalent to giving the Dharma Supreme a tight slap. In this world, who would dare to slap the Dharma Supreme? This was the most fatal thing. 7th Granduncle, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Lan clan's residence to investigate what kind of collusion and conspiracy Chu Yang has with the Lan clan. If the situation is urgent. Yi Shifeng's eyes flashed with determination. 7th Granduncle, please consider the overall situation of the Yi clan. The meaning of this sentence was tantamount to saying, if the situation is urgent, 7th Granduncle, you'd rather sacrifice yourself to kill Chu Yang. A black-robed elder with a cold face replied, don't worry. The black-robed figure rose and chased after Lan Changa and Chu Yang. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Is there a need to do this? It's just a small Chu Yang. Even if he's a pharmacist, what can he do? Another person asked, puzzled. You don't know. Yi Shifeng sighed. Wu Xian is injured, and the people who injured Wu Xian are actually Yi Kong and Yi Yun. Wu Xian doesn't know about this, but Chu Yang knows. Yi Shifeng said solemnly. Ah. Everyone took in a breath of cold air. So, Chu Yang's words may bring us big trouble. But, we're at a critical juncture now. We can't afford to have any small trouble. Yi Shifeng let out a long breath and said, otherwise, I'd rather offend Han Xiaoran. If there's no other way, I can only kill Han Xiaoran to prevent future troubles. Chu Yang followed Lan Changa to the temporary residence of the Lan clan. He was arranged to be served tea in the living room while Lan Changa hurried in. Not long after, a sinister-looking elder followed Lan Changa out and sized Chu Yang up. Chu Yang calmly looked back at him, but there was a hint of greed and desire in his gaze. The elder's gaze was extremely sharp, as if he wanted to cut Chu Yang's body open to see what he was thinking. After a long while, the elder snorted and left without saying a word. Before he left, he threw a ring into Lan Changa's hand and then disappeared into thin air. Then, a sarcastic voice came from outside. 7th Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. That voice said, you want to leave after coming here? Don't you want to have a cup of tea? Then, he went far away, obviously chasing after Chu Yang. Lan Changa laughed and sat down in front of Chu Yang. Then, he took out items from the ring. One by one, heavenly treasures were taken out and placed in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang was overjoyed and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is heavenly star purple Ganoderma, 5 stalks? Wow, this is earth dragon grass? Wow, this is ice snow single head garlic? Wow, wow, so many, so many. As he said, he quickly waved his hand and kept them all. Lan Changa looked at him with disdain. His heart was filled with disdain. A country bumpkin who had never seen anything good. Sitting together with him was really an insult to his status. Next was the exotic mineral resources. Brother Chu, please forgive us. We do not have heavenly star wood and purple sun tears. I believe that there are not many of those in the entire heavens. So, I will add some other items as compensation for Brother Chu. How about that? Lan Changa asked. No problem. I also did not expect you to have them. Haha. Chu Yang said without reservation, you can use other items as compensation. I don't mind. Can you mind? Even if it is other items, how many times can you see them in your lifetime? Lan Changa was frustrated. One by one, the items were taken out and kept by Chu Yang at an even faster speed. Finally, there was a big pile of purple crystals. According to Chu Yang's estimation, there were at least 50,000 purple crystals. It seemed that the Lan clan had really paid a heavy price this time. What kind of use did the divine clan elder have to the Lan clan? They were actually willing to spend so much. But since it was so important, why did they give it to the Zhuge clan? This was something that Chu Yang could not understand. Brother Chu, please count them. Don't make any mistakes. Lan Changa said. No need, no need. Even if I don't believe in the entire heavenly layer, I still believe in Brother Lan. Chu Yang happily put away the purple crystals and said with a smile. Lan Changa's mouth twitched again. Damn, you are so generous. If he had known earlier, he would have shortened the numbers so that he could fill his own pockets. So, when is Brother Chu going to take action? Lan Changa asked. The sooner the better. As long as Brother Lan gives me the medicine, I will make the arrangements anytime. Chu Yang said generously. Good. Lan Changa was shocked and clapped his hands. Then, he smiled knowingly and said, Looks like Brother Chu can't wait for Wuxian. Chu Yang revealed you know what a man's smile meant. Ha ha ha. When Chu Yang walked out of the Lan clan's courtyard, he really lived up to the name of having 2 sleeves of gold. He was rich, and it was a windfall. Feeling that there was a huge pile of purple crystals in the tribulation space, Chu Yang sighed and said, A man can't be rich without windfall, and a horse can't be fat without feeding at night. This sentence was too fucking reasonable. Therefore, Chu Yang decided to do his best to carry out Lan Changa's plan to the end. Although the ending would definitely not be what Lan Changa had in mind, Chu Yang would definitely do it according to his own wishes. He believed that by then, he would be able to give Lan Changa and the Lan clan a big surprise. Chapter 1001. Chu Yang arrived at the Orchard Palace easily. The moment he entered, he felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. He thought that Zi Xueqing had brought Chu Lu'er out to play again. When he opened the door, he saw that Chu Lu'er was soaked in a big wooden basin. Zi Xueqing was standing outside the basin, pressing one hand on Chu Lu'er's head and urging something with all her might. What's going on? Chu Yang scratched his head. Big brother. Don't look. Chu Lu'er was half naked in the wooden basin. When she saw Chu Yang enter, she immediately became shy. Chu Yang pursed his lips and said, What a sensitive little girl. You even told me not to look. Even if I look, what can I see? 2 rows of ribs. It was true. Due to her illness all year round and her young age, Chu Lu'er's female body had not started to develop. There were no signs at all. No wonder Chu Yang did not care. Otherwise, Chu Yang would have escaped long ago without Chu Lu'er's reminder. Besides, Zi Xueqing would not have let him in. Big brother, you're so bad. Chu Lu'er felt extremely wronged. I haven't grown up yet. Yes, when you grow up, I really can't look anymore. Chu Yang nodded and said seriously, Ha ha ha. Even though Zi Xueqing had an outstanding composure, she was still amused by these few words. She laughed and stopped. Chu Lu'er jumped out and wrapped herself in the bedsheet. She kept muttering unhappily, Bad brother, bad person, bad brother. Chu Yang and Zi Xueqing swayed back and forth. After laughing for a while, Chu Yang asked, It's Lu'er's body constitution. I unblocked her meridians in advance and changed her body constitution. Now, As long as Lu's ulcer is removed, she will immediately have an innate body. Zi Sheqing said casually, "This is nothing. I like Lure a lot." Chu Yang took a deep breath. "Nothing? You said it so casually, but I almost fainted from shock. A person, especially a girl with a congenital disease, was able to completely change her body's natural endowments and directly upgrade her to the innate body that martial artists dreamed of. This was akin to being reborn and having a meteoric rise. It must be known that some martial artists might not be able to reach the Xiantian level even after working hard for a lifetime. Not to mention that their entire body, including their meridians and blood vessels, were Xiantian physiques. And an innate physique that had never cultivated before was even more heaven-defying to the extreme. This was equivalent to a piece of pure gold and unpolished jade. Once they started cultivating, they would start from the Xiantian realm. Chu Lure only felt that her body had become much more relaxed. She didn't know how much benefit she had gained, but Chu Yang was well aware. "I won't say any words of thanks." Chu Yang gazed deeply at Zi Sheqing and said slowly, "How could such a huge favor be expressed with just the word thank you?" Zi Sheqing smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to thank me for. It's just a small matter." Chu Yang chuckled. Zi Sheqing said that it was a piece of cake, but how could he be so naive to believe her? Just by looking at the slight perspiration on Zi Sheqing's forehead, he knew that Zi Sheqing definitely didn't have it easy. To a powerful person like Zi Sheqing, it might not be too difficult to transform a newborn baby into an Xiantian physique. But to transform a 12-year-old girl who had never cultivated before and who had a congenital abscess into an Xiantian physique was almost an impossible task. "Oh yes, I went out this morning and got quite a lot of elixirs and 70,000 purple crystals. It should be enough for us to squander for a while." Chu Yang suggested, "Why don't we have another round of battle?" Perhaps the only way he could repay her was to let her absorb enough energy from the Tao state as soon as possible so that she could complete her final Liduo. Zi Sheqing's eyes flashed, and she said tiredly, "I'm a little tired today. Let's do it another day." Then, she fell silent. Chu Yang was startled. He looked deeply at her and smiled. "Let's do it another day then." Then, both of them fell silent at the same time. After a long while, they walked out at the same time and sat down under the flower rack. During this period of time, the big clans all have their own plans. "When the time comes, I may need your help," Chu Yang said softly. This sentence was a little awkward. Even if he didn't say it, Zi Sheqing would definitely help him when the time came. "No problem." Zi Sheqing leaned back on the chair and revealed a hint of laziness. This laziness on Zi Sheqing was really rare. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. "Actually, if you just want to unify the heavens, I think I can help." Zi Sheqing looked at him seriously. With a wave of her hand, a huge divine consciousness shrouded the entire orchard palace. Then, she looked at him and said, "How about letting me destroy the big clans before I leave? I'll help you sweep the heavens. How about that?" Zi Sheqing's voice was relaxed, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. "Destroy the big clans completely? Help me sweep the heavens?" Chu Yang was shocked. He stared at her with his mouth agape. "Yes, if you're willing, I'll completely destroy the big clans before I leave this heavens. I'm not sure about other things, but I can promise you one thing. If you're willing, I can do it. After I leave, there won't be anyone with the surname of a big clan in this world anymore." Zi Sheqing's slender fingers knocked on the stone table in front of her lightly. "If you're worried about the law enforcement officers, I'll destroy the law enforcement officers as well." Chu Yang suddenly felt dizzy. This woman's words were too casual. "For example, if you're not willing to eat this plate of mung bean sprouts, how about I eat it for you?" For a moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He grabbed the teapot and drank a few cups of tea. "I see that with your weak strength, it's too difficult to deal with such a huge enemy. Your life is in danger at any time, anywhere." Zi Sheqing said softly. Her eyes no longer looked at Chu Yang, but focused on her slender fingers. "By doing this, I'll take it as a compensation for helping me collect the Tao state energy." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "No," Chu Yang said in a deep but clear voice. "No?" Zi Sheqing looked up at him in surprise. Chu Yang took a deep breath. I understand what you mean, but I also have a few things to say. Firstly, you don't owe me. If I have to say that I owe you, it's me who owes you. We each take what we need, and it's equivalent to cooperation. So, I don't want to hear anything about repayment. I can't repay you, but you don't need to repay me in any way. Chu Yang said seriously. Zi Sheqing listened to him seriously and nodded her head slowly. Secondly, I'm a man. This is my business, and I want to do it myself. Chu Yang said seriously. I can borrow your strength in some of my plans, but I'll never use your hands to achieve my ultimate goal. A proud man? Zi Sheqing laughed. Chu Yang laughed too. Thirdly, these enemies in front of me are my opponents. They're my life experiences. Chu Yang said seriously, or rather, they're my training. Only by rushing out from here and walking out can I rush up step by step and rush out. Speaking till here, he paused and looked at Zi Sheqing. Do you understand what I mean? Zi Sheqing nodded. I understand very well. So, I need such danger to prick me, to train me, to motivate me, to let me fight. Even if because of this, this life, after all, is lived to the fullest. Chu Yang said with great care. I understand now. Your goal isn't this heaven. Zi Sheqing smiled lightly. If you had agreed to my previous suggestion, I'd definitely do it. But I'm also a little dissatisfied. Now, your answer has comforted me, she said with some disappointment and some relief. So what you said before was true? Of course it's true. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, the person who folds the heaven is also a person. You, Zi Sheqing, are also a person. I, Chu Yang, am also a person. As Chu Yang said this, both of them became silent. There were too many implications behind Chu Yang's words. But as long as he said this, both of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to say more. Relying on the heavens, the earth, and the ancestors wasn't about ability. Fighting for one's own world with bare hands was glory. Glory was only the goal. The process was the enjoyment. After a long time, Zi Sheqing smiled and said, You're right. I also think that with your bones, Chu Yang, you're one of the toughest in the world. Chu Yang laughed. I, Chu Yang, may not have any other advantages, but I'm proud. In my previous and current lives, I've never lowered my head or bent my back to anyone or anything. Previous and current lives. Zi Sheqing smiled playfully. These words are a little interesting. Chu Yang smiled lightly. So, what you said about beating me up in the future is also true. Zi Sheqing squinted and looked at him playfully. If I can beat you, I'll beat you up. Chu Yang didn't evade and didn't hide his intentions. Good, good. Zi Sheqing smiled. I'll wait for you to beat me up. Don't cry when the time comes. Chu Yang blinked. Both of them laughed together. In this world, there's endless excitement and also endless loneliness. Zi Sheqing smiled. Once you enter and walk on this road, you'll be walking alone. Once you're injured, you'll be doomed eternally. Heaven's will is unpredictable and unpredictable. The road ahead may be blocked at any time. If you can't defeat the enemy, you'll only be lonely for life. Sometimes, you can't even find someone to talk to. You'll have to think carefully. Chu Yang was silent. Suddenly, he smiled. When you said this, I actually had a feeling that you've been following me all the way from the lower three heavens. Because what you just said almost includes the names of all my brothers. Chapter 1002. Traveling alone. I have a brother called Gu Duxing. Once he is injured, he will be doomed eternally. Therefore, he must not be injured. Therefore, I have a brother called Dong Wushang. Heaven's will is hard to predict. I have a brother called Emo Tianji. The wind and clouds are strange. I have a brother called Ao Xieyun. His road ahead may be blocked at any time. Therefore, I have a brother called Rue Budong. If he cannot defeat the enemy, he will be lonely for life. Haha, I have two other brothers. One is called Luo Kadi, and the other is called GMO. Sometimes, I can't even find someone to talk to. Chu Yang smiled warmly. My junior brother's name is Tan Tan. And as long as we get through all of this, we will be glorious and the sun will rise from the east. Chu Yang smiled. My other brother is called Xie, and I, Chu Yang, will go out of the sun. That is, the sun will rise from the east. Chu Yang smiled faintly. His eyes revealed deep longing. He looked at Zixieqing. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Zixieqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed and said, It is indeed a coincidence. After pondering for a while, she said, These are all your most cunning brothers? Yes, they are all my good brothers. Chu Yang's tone was very serious. If one day, you can surpass the heavens. Surpass the heavens? Zixieqing said twice but stopped. Chu Yang was also a little silent. He said, You have said so much. Is your Tao state energy almost enough? You are about to leave. Zixieqing was silent for a long time. Then, she said softly, I am still lacking a very, very small part. I should be able to make up for it at any time. Chu Yang said worriedly, But, if you are somewhere else and don't have the Tao state energy, what will you do? Zixieqing smiled and looked at Chu Yang warmly. She said, Chu Yang, where does the Tao state energy come from? Chu Yang was stunned. Where does it come from? He really didn't think about this question. The Tao state energy is, in fact, the Tao void energy. Only when a person's spirit is highly concentrated and is one with heaven and earth, then he can use his spirit realm to draw down the Tao void energy and turn it into his own. The top of each of these continents is like a giant pot lid, blocking out the great Tao void. Because once it's opened, the people on the ground will also float up, and they won't be able to survive at all. So long as I break through this barrier, I'll be in the boundless void of the Grand Tao. Anytime, anywhere, including a single breath, there is inexhaustible power of the great Tao of the void. Zixieqing looked at Chu Yang solemnly. Chu Yang, you have to remember that only when a person has reached that stage can he be barely called a master. This is the reason why I'm not interested in this world. For example, if you were to watch a group of ants fight every day, you would find it boring. A true expert, the power of the void of the great Tao. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of fascination. Chu Yang, if I leave. Zixieqing's eyes suddenly flickered. You must tell me when you leave, Chu Yang said heavily. I'll send you off. Zixieqing's throat moved twice, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She just said, Okay. Actually, I've been abused by you for such a long time, and I've been beaten up by you every day, but it has indeed brought me endless benefits. Although I scold you sometimes. But, if you really leave, I think my heart will also be a little. Chu Yang smiled, a little disappointed. A little what? Zixieqing asked. A little relieved. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang's mind changed, but he still swallowed back the words that he was about to say and changed to another sentence. Zixieqing bit her lips, glanced at him, and then a smile appeared on her face. She said, Looks like I'll have to train you well during this period of time. The two looked at each other and smiled. After a long time, Zixieqing stood up and said, I'll go lie down for a while. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, she turned and left. Her white clothes flashed, and she disappeared. But Chu Yang clearly felt that Zixieqing seemed to be in a hurry, as if she was hiding from something. He couldn't help but sigh, and was in a daze. Actually, as a man, maybe I'm qualified. But as a woman, a man like me, Chu Yang murmured and smiled bitterly. The flowers and trees above his head swayed with the wind, and slowly drifted down, landing on his head, his arms, his black robe. In these few days, Tianji City became more and more lively. The other big clans came one after another, and some scattered small clans also came one after another. Even the pharmacists of the whole continent, those who were confident in their abilities, came from all directions. What surprised everyone the most was that the Li clan, which everyone thought would definitely not participate in the medicine banquet this time, actually sent people this time. And it was an 8th grade supreme martial artist leading the team, and more than 100 people came in a mighty manner. When they saw people from other clans, they also greeted them calmly, as if nothing had happened. The last to arrive was the Chen clan, which had already lost a batch of people. When the people from the Chen clan arrived, it could be seen that everyone's face was a little ugly. Then, whether it was the Yi clan, the Ling clan, the the Lan clan, or the Zhuge clan, they all obviously felt the undercurrent surging. It seemed that the Shi clan was also intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to the matter of their own clan's elders. The Shao clan also had such plans. And another big clan, the Li clan, actually also started to get restless. This phenomenon made the supreme martial artists leading the teams from the big clans very confused. Why did such a secret matter suddenly become a common thing? Everyone knew about it? What was going on? Where did these people get their information from? Especially the Zhuge clan, who had originally planned to only send a few supreme martial artists to maintain the situation, but now they had no choice but to mobilize the whole family. The clan leader of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyun, was so worried that his hair almost turned white. In the current situation, all parties were restraining each other, and with the medicine banquet, nothing major would happen. But this didn't mean that these few clans didn't make any moves. Once one of them felt that the time was ripe and exploded, it would definitely affect the whole situation. The big clans would be plunged into unprecedented chaos. With so many supreme martial artists exploding at the same time, Tianji City would probably fly into the sky on the spot. Moreover, the Moon Breeze Supremacy was hiding here. The Dharma Supreme would also rush over. Thinking of these things, Zhuge Shanyun's head swelled and his heart trembled. It had been 10,000 years. Things like the medicine banquet had been held 8 times. Why did it have to be the Zhuge clan's turn this time, when it was their turn? What made the head of the Zhuge clan the most speechless was that the elder master who had been in seclusion all this while suddenly had a sudden impulse to observe the night sky and made a prophecy. A great calamity would befall the Zhuge clan. It concerned the fate of the entire clan, so they had to prepare in advance. When he received this news, Zhuge Shanyun was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to be angry, but he couldn't. Why didn't they do it earlier? Now that things had already reached this stage, how could they prepare in advance? Wasn't this a classic example of giving advice after the fact? Of course, the Shao clan was also very depressed because they had just entered Tianji City when they bumped into the Yi clan. There was a moment of hostility on the spot. After a round of bickering, they finally separated and went their own ways. On the night that the Shao clan arrived at Tianji City, they had a fierce conflict with the Yi clan. The exact reason was unknown, but after one night, both parties had lost 3 people each. There were also a few others who had injuries on them. During this period of time, the Li clan had been here for 3 days and they had already fought. Every time, they would fight for no reason. Although the Li clan knew that the other clans were deliberately provoking them, they could only bear with it. In any case, Tianji City was like a pot of porridge that was placed over a raging fire. The fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the porridge was getting softer and softer. Furthermore, there were 2 invisible hands that were holding 2 huge wooden sticks and stirring the pot of soggy porridge with all their might. The more they stirred, the mushier it became. The more they stirred, the stronger the smell of gunpowder. But they still continued to stir. Stir. There is a saying that goes, "A storm is about to come," but in the eyes of the current head of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyun, how was this a storm? It was clearly before the world exploded. Once it exploded, the Zhuge clan would definitely be finished, even if no one knew what would happen to them. Now, the situation was completely out of control. It was like a plane that had been accelerated to full speed and suddenly lost control. It was rushing toward the mountains in the distance at lightning speed. It was no wonder that the Zhuge clan, which had always been famous for its control, had actually started to burn incense and worship in the secret chamber. Pray to the heavens to let the Zhuge clan survive this ordeal. Now, the thing that Zhuge Shanyun hoped for the most was the Dharma Supreme's early arrival. As the cold winter rain fell, the people from the Medicine Valley finally arrived at Tianji City after traveling thousands of miles. The chaos in Tianji City also calmed down a little because of the arrival of the people from the Medicine Valley. The winter rain was continuous, and it actually rained for 3 days. On the 3rd day, a group of horses appeared in the distance. Before they appeared on the horizon, a heavy pressure had already enveloped the sky above Tianji City. That was a kind of extreme dignity. Then, after a long time, a group of people on horses appeared on the horizon. Black horses, black clothes, black hair, black shoes, and a black scabbard. There were not many people, and they seemed to be dressed exactly the same as the Yi clan. But the feeling that they gave off was completely different. The Yi clan was noble and imposing, but this group of people was full of dignity that no one dared to offend. Moreover, there was a kind of dignity and dominance that looked down on all living things, as if they were in the palm of their hands. In front of these people, everyone could not help but feel guilty, as if they had suddenly become criminals. Not only did they become criminals, but they were also standing in the courtroom, facing the high and mighty judge. Even the most ordinary residents of Tianji City could feel this kind of power. Everyone knew, the person that everyone had been waiting for. The Dharma Supreme. At present, the heaven was the most supreme existence. It was finally here. Chapter 1003. The people of the big clans were clearly divided into groups at the city gate, welcoming the arrival of the Dharma Supreme. The Yi clan was black like ink, like the night sky. At the very front, there was a ball of darkness, and the shadows were wrapped around a figure standing there. The people of the Shao clan were dressed in green. At the front, there was also a person wrapped in green fog. The people of the Lan clan were dressed in green, but gave off a very simple and elegant feeling, standing quietly. At the front of the group, there was a figure standing upright, without any concealment. The people of the Ling clan were dressed in white like snow. The person at the front, even his hair and beard were snow white, standing tall and straight. Once one saw the people of the Ling clan, it was as if they could feel the bone-chilling cold wind on the snowy plains. The people of the Shi clan were dressed in light green, really like a pair of big green stones on the Daqing Mountains. The people of the Zhuge clan were dressed in linen, all of them with the demeanor of a celestial being. The people of the Li clan were dressed in purple. The purple aura was dazzling, like the purple aura coming from the east. The people of the Qin clan were dressed in yellow, shining brightly, actually graceful and luxurious. The people of the Li clan were dressed in blue. In front of each group, there was a person standing. This person was the candidate chosen to nourish the heavens in this medicine banquet organized by the big clans, the Medicine Valley, and the law enforcement officers. The lowest was a 7th grade supreme martial artist. This law enforcement master formed a group and waited quietly. At this moment, outside Tianji City, it was a true gathering of heroes and experts. The black group from afar slowly approached. With every step they took, it seemed that the solemn and majestic aura became stronger. On the city gate tower of Tianji City, 2 figures in white stood in the wind. They were Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. How majestic! Feng Yuro pursed her lips slightly. I have always hated this kind of style. Yu Lingxue sighed deeply. Law enforcement officers are not individuals who can abuse their power, their lives. Should we show him who's boss now? Feng Yuro tilted her head and looked at her husband. Your Dao realm isn't stable yet, so don't cause too much trouble. Yu Lingxue said indifferently. Today, us husband and wife are standing here to let him know that we are here. This is already the most benevolent thing we can do. In the future, let's rely on our own methods. The Tribulation Sword Master hasn't appeared yet. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Feng Yuro frowned. If it's us, we don't have a proper reason. Yu Lingxue didn't say anything. After a long while, he said, although the Tribulation Sword Master hasn't been exposed, he must have appeared. Moreover, it is very likely to be in this Tianji city. The husband and wife did not speak anymore. After standing for a while, Yu Lingxue let out a long howl and shouted, the medicine banquet has begun, Dharma Supreme. From today onwards, we, the Feng and Yu couple, have offended you. With this long howl, the wind and clouds surged. His voice was like a dragon soaring to the heavens and a crane crying in the vast sky. The thick, dark clouds in the sky were still drizzling with a drizzle of cold rain. But, at this moment, a big hole suddenly opened up in the sky, and thousands of rays of sunlight poured down, illuminating the drizzle in the sky like a dream. Yu Lingxue's voice was also like thunder in spring. In the sky, from the direction of where he was standing in Tianji City, it rumbled and crushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the mountains shook and the earth shook, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. In the group below, Other than the leader, everyone else had a look of astonishment on their faces. From the black group far away, an invisible aura suddenly shot up to the sky. This aura shot straight up to the sky. The dark clouds that had just been opened up by a small gap actually closed up rapidly. Between the sky and the earth, the rain resumed. An elegant voice, without the slightest bit of worldly life, said with a smile, "Haha, I love this kind of drizzling weather the most. It's full of poetry. Walking in this drizzling land, it's as if my soul is also receiving the cleansing of heaven and earth." Then, this voice said, "Brother Yu, haha, after entering the city, are you willing to get drunk with me?" Yu Lingshu stood on top of the city gate tower and said indifferently, "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." This voice laughed softly. A wave of laughter suddenly spread just like that. Everyone who heard this laughter suddenly felt happy and relaxed. They couldn't help but smile involuntarily. Unknowingly, the Dharma Supreme's laughter actually affected everyone. One must know that which one of the people at the city gate wasn't an earth-shattering character just by standing out, but the Dharma Supreme's laughter easily affected them. This kind of mental strength was really rare in the world. Brother Yu is still so stubborn. Forget it. After this matter is settled, you and I can sit down and have a good chat. The Dharma Supreme said with a smile. Yu Lingshu snorted. Two white shadows shot up to the sky from the city gate tower and disappeared in a flash. In the black group, in a horse carriage, a man in black sat quietly with his legs crossed. There was a faint mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Open and above board? Yu Lingshu, you really can't change this bad habit of yours. Being open and above board is a little pedantic. If you were to hide in the dark and make things difficult for me, I would really be in trouble. But since you actually came to inform me in advance, you're courting death. The smile at the corner of the man in black's mouth widened. With a kind of heaven-shaking majesty, the Dharma Supreme's group finally arrived in front of Tianji City. They stopped quietly. Everyone bowed together. "Welcome, Lord Dharma Supreme." Two men in black stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the horse carriage. "Everyone, there's no need for formalities," a gentle voice said softly. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared. There were many 8th grade supreme martial artists present, but they actually didn't notice how this black shadow appeared. Once it appeared, it was standing in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they only felt a sense of absent-mindedness, as if their lives were suddenly reversed at this moment. Back to when they were young. Back then, when they first met the Dharma Supreme, he was like now. Now, he was still like back then, dressed in a black robe, but it seemed to show endless majesty. He stood in front of the city gate with his hands behind his back, but everyone present had the illusion that the Dharma Supreme in front of them was much taller than the city gate tower of Tianji City. Although he was just standing in front of them, the feeling he gave them was obviously that he was standing in the clouds. His body was tall and straight. His face, it was really hard to tell how old this person was. It was possible to say that he was 20 years old, 30 years old, 50 years old. Even if you guessed that he was 20,000 years old, it was still possible. His long black hair was evenly parted at the middle of his head, like a waterfall. His eyes were filled with warmth. Being stared at by such a gaze was like a spring breeze blowing across the earth. However, it also gave rise to this thought. In front of this pair of eyes, all the sins in the world have nowhere to hide. The Dharma Supreme took a step forward. A gentle gust of wind lifted everyone up. "Everyone, please rise." Xiao Sei, you finally appeared. Yi Di, how are you? Lan Muxue, long time no see. Shi Jing, do you remember me? Li Xiangxi, have you recovered from your lovesickness? Haha, Ling Fengyun, back then I said that your name was really grand. Now, it's really above the clouds. Qingqiu, let's get drunk and drown our sorrows. Chen Mingqi, nice to meet you. Zhuge Hutu, you're not muddle-headed at all. The Dharma Supreme called out the names of every leader of the big clans with familiarity. His voice was affectionate, as if they were old friends who had finally met at this moment. Everyone was also full of smiles as they came forward to exchange greetings with the Dharma Supreme. Their expressions were respectful with a hint of pride, neither servile nor overbearing. It was a joyous meeting here. However, the people of the big clans present were all shocked and shocked again. They only felt their ears rumbling, as if a series of thunderclaps were exploding beside their ears. For no reason, the names that came out from the Dharma Supreme's mouth were the elder masters of their respective clans, the true second-generation founders of their clans. Any one of these people, if they were to appear, even the entire heavens would shake. The autumn wind rustles, the unsheathed sword is colorless. Second Grandmaster of the Shao clan, Shao Sei. The night sky is dark, the heavens is the emperor. Second Grandmaster of the Yi clan, Yi Di. 10,000 miles of mysterious ice. The heavens are cold. 1,000 mountains of sunset snow. A petal of orchid. Second Grandmaster of the Lan clan, Lan Mushiwe. Since ancient times, men are sometimes limited. A stubborn stone can shock the world. Second Grandmaster of the Shi clan, Shi Jing. On the ancient path of evening mist, a man is crazy. The blood sword is red to repay kindness. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Li Xiangxi. Standing alone on a snowy peak, blocking the gates of heaven, one sword can rule the winds and clouds. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Ling Fengyun. Drifting with the wind, drifting to the four seas to disperse my sorrows. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Qing Sorrowful. Life is like a dream since ancient times. It's too late to regret once you see the dream. Second Grandmaster of the Chen clan, Chen Mingqi. Tao is muddle-headed, but not muddle-headed. If I'm muddle-headed, the heavens will be muddle-headed. Second Grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu. Great expert, great supreme martial artist. These were all legendary figures, their names shocking the heavens, at least 1,000 years. Now, all of them had actually appeared in this place. How could it not make one feel as if they were in a dream? In hundreds of millions of years, this medicine banquet for nourishing the heavens is indeed the grandest. The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back, walking forward slowly. Looks like this time, there's a lot of hope and confidence. Everyone laughed softly. Only Zhuge Hutu of the Zhuge clan hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I still hope that it's not so grand. With so many influential figures appearing in our Zhuge clan, if each of them were to extend a hand or kick a leg, our Zhuge clan would be gone. Lord Dharma Supreme, I can't even cry for you. The Dharma Supreme laughed and shook his head. You rascal, you're actually saying witty things at this juncture. With me here, do you think I'll let your Zhuge clan be gone just like that? All the famous supreme martial artists immediately roared with laughter. This was what Zhuge Hutu wanted to hear. Beaming with delight, he said, with the Dharma Supreme's words, we can rest assured. Everyone chatted along the way and entered the city gates. Just as they were about to enter the city gates, a voice suddenly snorted and said, Wait a minute. All of you have been putting on airs for so long. My old back is aching from waiting. Let me bring my disciple in first, then all of you can enter. Chapter 1004. Just as the Dharma Supreme and the rest were about to enter the city gates, a voice suddenly snorted and said, Hold on. You guys have been putting on airs for so long. My old back is aching from waiting. Let me bring my disciple in first, then you guys can enter. This voice was filled with dissatisfaction, disdain, and even a little anger. There seemed to be a kind of thought, I'm so awesome, but I haven't put on airs yet, and you guys are already putting on airs. Are you guys better than me? That's what it meant. This sentence was earth-shattering. Everyone was instantly shocked. They all turned to look towards the direction of the voice. On the right side of the city gates, two people were walking over slowly. One of them was dressed in a green robe that had been washed until it was white. His face was wrinkled, and he exuded a very ordinary and indifferent aura. But the expression on his face was definitely not ordinary and indifferent. It was even a little displeasure, which could be seen very clearly. He looked at the Dharma Supreme with a hint of an arrogant smile on his lips. It was obvious that he was saying, I always find you an eyesore. Beside him stood a young girl dressed in red. She was as adorable as a celestial pearl, with snow-white cheeks, bright eyes, and elegant soft hair. She was already considered tall for her age and had already started to develop. Her chest was slightly bulging, and her buttocks were slightly perky, which made her waist even slimmer. She was so delicate that it made one's heart ache, but she was also so stunning that it made one feel pity for her. She stood there like the rosy clouds in the sky that suddenly landed here. On the young girl's shoulder, a snow-white little fox, only the size of a palm, looked at everyone with its black eyes. It stretched out its two little claws and actually pulled open a piece of candy and threw it into its mouth with a smack. Two people were walking towards them, neither fast nor slow. One of the Chen clan's management experts was already unhappy this time. Damn it, the other clans were fine. Only our Chen clan had a batch of people wiped out, causing him to almost run for his life to rush here. When he heard this sentence, he was even more depressed. He didn't even turn his head and started scolding, "Damn it, who is so daring? They must not want to live anymore. Do you know who is standing in front of you?" As soon as these words came out, the early winter weather suddenly turned cold and frosty. That person slowly turned his head, and his originally lazy eyes suddenly became unfathomable. It was as if the entire universe had been sucked into his eyes. The Chen clan's second forefather, Chen Mingqi, turned pale with fright and was about to slap him. Xiao Se, who was at the side, had already started laughing sinisterly. This saying is really true. This world lacks everything, but it doesn't lack a ***. He dares to look down on the 10 great supreme martial artists. You, a mere first-grade martial saint, actually dares to spout nonsense. The Dharma Supreme's face also darkened as he asked indifferently, "Which clan is this person from?" Chen Mingqi's face was covered in sweat. He bowed and said, "Yes, I did not teach well. I seek the forgiveness of the Dharma Supreme and Senior Bu." He bowed and did not raise his head again. With his knowledge and experience, how could he not recognize the top 3 powers in the entire heavenly layer? Angering the Dharma Supreme was secondary now, because no matter what, the Dharma Supreme would still give him some face. However, Bu Luqing was famous for not giving face to anyone. If he really got angry, would the Chen clan's people be wiped out here again? Looking at all the people from the Chen clan, it seemed that only he could barely escape with his life. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What kind of people had the Chen clan been raising all these years? He secretly swore that as long as nothing happened this time, he would go back and rectify the clan rules. I am already 1,000 years old. Do you think it is easy for me to lower my head just because of this one sentence? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "He is not scolding me." "Brother Bu, what do you think?" The man in green laughed coldly and said indifferently, "What do I think? I think the world has really gone crazy. TSK, which clan is this person from? Get out here." With each word, Chen Mingqi broke out in a cold sweat. The green-robed man's eyes darkened, but all the high-level supreme martial artists present knew that this man was truly enraged. They couldn't help but look at Chen Mingqi with a sympathetic gaze. The Chen clan had really kicked a super big iron plate this time, and this time, even the Dharma Supreme might not be able to persuade them. At the same time, everyone felt very strange. Speaking of which, the Chen clan was really unlucky. The Chen clan actually offended 3 of the 5 great powers in the heavenly layer in just 3 months. This kind of luck was really too heaven-defying to be cured. They had offended Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, but they had only killed a few people. It was fine if they had to suffer in silence, but now they had offended Bu Luqing. Offending Bu Luqing? The consequences were far more serious than offending Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. For a moment, everyone had mixed feelings. There were those who were watching the show, those who were gloating, and those who wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course, they didn't know that this time, the Chen clan had offended not only Bu Luqing, but also Ning Tianya. Now, the two of them were almost inseparable, and Bu Luqing had even brought his disciple out. If Ning Tianya knew about this, it could be said that his temper was very good if he didn't make a fuss at Chen Han's headquarters. The person who came was of course Bu Luqing. Bu Luqing was extremely angry. Along the way, he had brought his disciple on a scenic tour. The first few days were very pleasant, because with the help of his divine consciousness and elixirs, Imo Qingwu's cultivation didn't fall behind at all compared to when she was on the mountain. Instead, it improved. But after half a month, the little girl couldn't bear it anymore. She kept urging him. She urged him to look for her brother Chu Yang. No matter how resourceful Bu Luqing was, where could he find that brother Chu Yang? Therefore, from the 10th day onwards, Bu Luqing's days gradually became a little sad. And as time passed, day by day, this sadness became more and more unbearable. At this time, Bu Luqing missed Ning Tianya very much. Come back quickly. Bu Luqing wrapped his arms in Imo Qingwu's embrace countless times and called out to Ning Tianya affectionately in his heart, "Dear brother, please come back quickly. Come and teach your disciple. I won't fight with you for the #1 position in the world anymore. I'll go and look for elixirs for you." But Ning Tianya couldn't hear it. It was very difficult to urge his disciple to practice martial arts under such circumstances. Every time Bu Luqing went to urge his disciple to practice martial arts, he would be met with a supercilious look. Then, he would be greeted with a hopeful question. "Have you found my elder brother Chu Yang?" The answer was of course no. Then, Imo Qingwu didn't say anything. She just looked at Bu Luqing with grief. Her big eyes started to well up with tears. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Bu Luqing would suddenly feel as if he had committed a great sin. In a moment, his heart was filled with guilt. So, he quietly retreated, and Imo Qingwu started to cultivate on her own. Outside, supreme martial artist Bu sighed long and short. After 2.5 months, Bu Luqing realized that he had actually lost a lot of weight. It wasn't easy for him to bring his little grand-aunt to the outskirts of Tianji City, and he actually encountered such a huge scene. After all, the Dharma Supreme was currently the supreme ruler of the heavens. So, Bu Luqing wanted to give him face and let them enter first. He really didn't want to get into any trouble with his disciple. If his disciple got hurt because of this, wouldn't Ning Tianya come after him? So, Bu Luqing waited at the side for a while. Who knew that after waiting for a while, there was no end to this bunch of bastards. The more he waited, the more frustrated and anxious he became. Finally, he saw that this bunch of people were done exchanging pleasantries and showing off. They actually started to walk towards the city gates. This made supreme martial artist Bu unable to tolerate it. "There's such a big bunch of you. Fuck. By the time you all enter, I'll have had my fill." He directly said this sentence, and then walked in with his disciple. In supreme martial artist Bu's heart, yes, you may be the Dharma Supreme, but you're not to be trifled with either. Since I've already said so, if you don't want to fight, then obediently make way for me. Let me go in first and everything will be fine. Otherwise, I really won't hesitate to fight with you. Anyway, you don't dare to provoke me at this critical moment, heh. Who would have thought that after saying this, just as he swaggered into the city, supreme martial artist Bu felt a little satisfied. It was the Dharma Supreme in front of him. Although he didn't think much of it, Imo Qingwu knew how important these people were. Seeing how her teacher was so arrogant, actually walking in so unscrupulously, the little girl's eyes were already filled with worship. Bu Luqing instantly felt a little smug as he enjoyed his disciple's worshipful gaze. He could even imagine that once they entered the city gates, his precious disciple would definitely say, "Wow, teacher, you're too awesome. Hee hee, how great is that?" Who would have thought that at this juncture, someone would suddenly jump out and say such a sentence? This sentence was so merciless that it was even more unbearable than cursing. Bu Luqing almost fainted on the spot. This world lacks all kinds of people, but it doesn't lack women. After that person and Xiao Sei, Bu Luqing repeated this sentence again. Suddenly, he chuckled and shook his head. "This sentence is really not bad. Not bad." Chen Mingqi, who was bowing in front of him, already felt a little dizzy. "Elder Bu, please take into account that Chen Mingqi stuttered. "I didn't discipline you properly and caused you to suffer. I will definitely punish you severely." Chen Mingqi almost cursed all 8 generations of the person who spoke. There were 1 or 2,000 people from the big clans here, and no one else said anything. Who the fuck are you trying to be? Since when was it your turn to speak? Have I given you face? Chapter 1005. No, no. Senior Bu, Chen Mingqi bowed, knowing that there was no turning back now. He could only say, "Please punish me as you wish, Senior Bu." The Qin clan expert who had blurted out those words was already dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person he had scolded was actually a terrifying existence that the entire Qin clan could not afford to offend. Now that he saw the second Grandmaster bowing before him, unable to even apologize, he was dumbfounded. He was doomed. He was really doomed this time. He stood there blankly, feeling that the whole world was so far away from him at this moment. He did not even have the mood to come forward and apologize, because he knew that it was useless. Looking at the situation before him, even the Dharma Supreme might not be able to save him. Moreover, who was he? Why would the Dharma Supreme offend Bu Luqing for him? It was already good enough that he did not implicate the entire Qin clan. Bu Luqing looked at Chen Mingqi with uncertain eyes. He snorted and said, "Chen Mingqi, did you think that just because you retreated and allowed me to punish you, I would not be able to do it?" Chen Mingqi's scalp was covered in cold sweat. He bowed even lower and said, "I dare not. To be able to nurture such a descendant, your Qin clan is not too bad. Keeping you alive is also." Bu Luqing's voice became more and more sinister. The Dharma Supreme knew that once Bu Luqing finished his words, the Qin clan would really be gone. But for the sake of the top expert, he did not regret his words. He had to destroy the Qin clan. He hurriedly interrupted, "Brother Bu, you see, let's not implicate the entire Qin clan in this matter. It's just one person who spoke rudely. I will personally avenge Brother Bu." Without waiting for Bu Luqing to reply, he suddenly grabbed with his left hand. With a bang, that person was grabbed by him in midair. As he walked, he shrank until he was a dwarf less than 3 feet tall. Caught in his hand, he exploded with a bang, scattering into a cloud of bright red smoke. He disappeared from the world. If Chen Mingqi were to deal with this person personally, it would definitely not appease Bu Luqing's anger. In fact, it might even become more and more intense. That was why Chen Mingqi did not dare to do it himself. But for the Dharma Supreme to handle this matter was indeed giving Bu Luqing a lot of face. Because the Dharma Supreme did not have to do anything. What kind of status did he have? Now that he was forced by Bu Luqing to kill one of his own in public, no matter how unwilling Bu Luqing was, he had no choice but to give the Dharma Supreme face. If the Dharma Supreme's compromise was not enough, then, in that case, they could only start a war. And all the law enforcers in the world. Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said resentfully, "Who asked you to be a busybody? You're quite fast." The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly, knowing that Bu Luqing had already covered up the matter. He said, "Brother Bu, if I had not acted quickly enough, I would not have been able to handle it if Brother Bu had acted personally." Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said, "Am I that unreasonable?" The Dharma Supreme and the supreme martial artists of the great clans all laughed bitterly. "Are you really that unreasonable? But the problem is, when have you, Bu Luqing, ever been reasonable?" Seeing that Chen Mingqi was still bowing, the Dharma Supreme said, "Brother Bu, let Mingqi get up. He's already so old and doesn't look good." Bu Luqing laughed coldly. "But I'm already so old, and this is the first time in 1,000 years that I've been called an idiot." Mo Qinggu, who was at the side, looked up and corrected him with a tilted face. "Teacher, you're wrong. This is probably the 100th time that you've been called this year." Bu Luqing was speechless, but he couldn't get angry. With a black face, he said, "Good Xiao Wu, those don't count." Everyone was sweating profusely. Even the Dharma Supreme was dumbfounded. Who would dare to call Bu Luqing an idiot over 100 times in a year? Bu Luqing said, "Since the Dharma Supreme has said so, why don't you get up quickly? Even the Dharma Supreme has pleaded for you in such a grand manner. If I still don't let you get up, where will the Dharma Supreme's face be?" Hearing this, Chen Mingqi didn't dare to get up even more. The Dharma Supreme's expression changed slightly, his eyes flashing. He said, "Brother Bu, I actually still have face with Brother Bu, haha." Bu Luqing snorted. He really wanted to say, "What face do you have?" But thinking that his disciple was still in front of him, he had to maintain his image as a role model. He had no choice, but to give him some face for now. Thus, he put on a fake smile and said, "Of course, of course." The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly, looking very pleased. He said, "Mingchi, apologize to Supreme Martial Artist Bu and let this matter rest." Haha, if Supreme Martial Artist Bu still doesn't let this matter rest, I'll look for him every day for tea. The Dharma Supreme's words were reserved and dignified. Dignified, but with a deliberate closeness to Bu Luqing. It didn't damage his own dignity and also elevated Bu Liuqing's status. Then, he deliberately pulled their relationship closer. It could be said to be extremely appropriate. Chen Mingqi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Supreme Martial Artist Bu, for your magnanimity." "Thank you, Dharma Supreme." Bu Luqing snorted and ignored him. He was originally famous for being arrogant and unapproachable. Back then, he alone and with his sword, he ran rampant in the world for many years. Now that he had the same disciple as Ning Tianya, it was as if they were wearing the same pants. There was nothing to be concerned about. Only then did the Dharma Supreme look at Mo Qingwu with a smile and praise. "What a cute little girl. Brother Bu, is she your disciple?" Bu Luqing snorted. There was finally a gentleness on his face, but he said in an eccentric tone, "Little Wu, do you know who this person with good hair is? Let Master introduce him to you, lest you offend people with your rude remarks in the future when you roam the pugilistic world and they come knocking on your door. Yes, this is the Dharma Supreme of the present world, a person that even I, your master, cannot afford to offend. A single word from him, and I have to obediently do as he says. Go forward and greet him as martial uncle." He paused and added in an eccentric tone, "If you see him in the future, don't ever call him a fool. This person is someone we can't afford to offend." The Dharma Supreme didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. He shook his head repeatedly. "Brother Bu, you, are you trying to tear my face off while I'm still alive?" At the side, Chun Mingqi was sweating all over again. The people of the other great clans stared at Mo Qingwu one after another. They wanted to firmly remember this young face that was like a celestial fairy. Bu Liuqing's disciple. Seeing Bu Luqing like this, it was obvious that this disciple was the apple of his eye. He couldn't possibly dote on her anymore. If anyone in their clan was foolish enough to offend this little girl. Yes, Chen Mingqi in front of them was a good example. And it would happen again. It would definitely be much worse than Chen Mingqi's. "Haha, you are indeed a bright pearl, a fairy-like little girl. You are really lovable." The Dharma Supreme sized Mo Qingwu up and praised her. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, as if he had choked. Then, he looked at Mo Qingwu greedily. He looked her up and down, the light in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. It was as if he had discovered a rare treasure. For a moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. Finally, he looked up in shock. "Brother Bu, this." Bu Luqing raised his head proudly and said calmly, "What is this?" The Dharma Supreme looked at Mo Qingwu for a while again. Finally, he sighed. "Brother Bu, the aptitude of this little disciple of yours is really extraordinary." Bu Luqing said reservedly, "It's nothing, just a heavenly body and innate spirit meridians. It's just average, haha. Although her aptitude is good, she still needs to work hard, haha." Upon hearing this, the great supreme martial artists at the side all shuddered at the same time. Heavenly body and innate spirit meridians. Could this be the legendary genius who could automatically gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without cultivating her own body? This little girl in front of them? They couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Mo Qingwu. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes, like searchlights, were focused on Mo Qingwu. Then, a series of gasps could be heard. Their expressions became even more fervent, especially his eyes, which were blazing hot as if he wanted to swallow Mo Qingwu alive into his stomach. Indeed, sure enough, Mo Qingwu stood there for a while, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already gathered around her, as if a thin layer of mist had gathered around her body. Heavenly body and innate spirit meridians. Then, they remembered Bu Liuqing's words, "It's nothing, just a heavenly body and innate spirit meridians." They couldn't help but feel strange, and couldn't help but want to punch Bu Liuqing's smug face. At this moment, the indignation and disdain in their hearts actually suppressed their fear of Bu Liuqing. That kind of indescribable envy and jealousy made everyone feel even more depressed. Damn it, I've never seen someone as smug as you. And it's nothing? It's nothing. But your cheeks are cracked, and it's almost reaching your ears. Everyone's gaze and emotions were complicated. After witnessing the little girl's physique, and the fact that her master was actually Bu Liuqing, everyone could already foresee that in the future, an earth-shattering figure had already begun to grow up in front of them. As long as she could grow up, this little girl's future would definitely be much scarier than Bu Liuqing's. Seeing everyone's expressions, Bu Liuqing instantly felt all the gloominess in his heart disappear, as if he had eaten honey. That satisfaction was needless to say. Awesome. Too awesome. To have this moment, it was worth it. Being scolded by Ning Tianya every day was also worth it. Envious? Envious? Jealous? Hate me? Waha, but this is my disciple. It's useless even if you're envious. The Dharma Supreme took in a breath, stepped forward, and said with a burning gaze, Brother Bu, how long have you taken in this disciple? Bu Liuqing pretended to say, Oh, I forgot about such a small matter. Let me think carefully. Bah. Everyone tilted their heads and spat at the same time, not bothering to hide their disdain. Even Chen Mingqi, who had just suffered a bellyful of anger, was among those who did so. How infuriating! Having taken in such a heaven-defying disciple, no matter who it was, they would probably remember the exact time of the day, and yet you still want to think about it. What's with the pretense? Chapter 1006. Everyone felt suffocated. The way they looked at Bu Liuqing was not right. Some of them had already started to grit their teeth secretly. We know that you are very happy. If we had such a disciple, we might even be happier than you. But you can't be so smug. Under everyone's murderous gazes, Bu Liuqing pretended to think hard for a while. His brows were almost wrinkled into a pile of dog poop. Then, he sighed with an especially pretentious expression and said, I really can't remember. It should be less than 2 years. Haha, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. It's just taking in a disciple. Nothing much, nothing much. Ha 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 ha. At the end, he finally could not help but laugh happily. Fuck. Someone spat and cursed. It was Yi Di of the Yi clan. This elder master of the Yi clan really could not hold it in anymore. His face was contorted. Bu Liuqing looked at him from the corner of his eyes, but did not get angry. Yi Di, do you also think it's nothing much? Haha. Yi Di swallowed his saliva and resisted the urge to punch this smug old face in front of him. He said reluctantly, Yes, it's nothing much, haha, nothing much. Bu Liuqing snorted and asked one by one, What about all of you? Do you also think it's nothing much? Everyone was at a loss for words. You can be smug all you want, but why do you have to force others to say it's nothing much? They had never seen such a thing. You're like a fucking bachelor who's suddenly found a wife and had a child. You don't know what's going on anymore. If people don't praise you when they see you, it seems like you can't get rid of the itch in your heart, can you? Left with no choice, they could only twist their faces and murderously say, It's nothing much, nothing much. Bu Liuqing laughed loudly. He felt that all the effort he had put in for his disciple and all the grievances he had suffered at Ning Tianya's hands over the past year had been made up for in an instant. The Dharma Supreme, however, did not speak. He only looked at Imo Qingwu from head to toe. At this moment, he finally said, Brother Bu, I have a presumptuous request. Bu Liuqing waved his hand and said without giving face, Since it is a presumptuous request, I will definitely not agree to it. You better keep your mouth shut. The Dharma Supreme took a step forward, as if he did not hear what the Dharma Supreme said. He said indifferently, I want Brother Bu to let me have this disciple. What do you think? Huh? Bu Liuqing tilted his head in bewilderment. He watched as the Dharma Supreme sized him up from head to toe before he spoke with a crooked mouth. I say, are you sick? The Dharma Supreme laughed and shook his head. Do I look sick to you, Brother Bu? Bu Liuqing shook his head. But, How did you manage to say such words? I'm quite surprised. I've never heard of anyone bringing their disciple here to play, and I've actually met someone who's snatching a disciple. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath, his gaze solemn. Brother Boo, I am not joking with you. He took a step forward and looked at Imo Chingwu with a cherished gaze. He said, Brother Boo should know that my divine embodiment of heaven and earth technique requires the best qualifications, and that is to have innate spirit meridians. When I was apprenticed to my master had once said that our divine technique can only be passed down to those with innate spirit meridians. He told me that if I were to look for a successor in the future, I would rather let the technique go to waste and disappear into the dust of history. Therefore, it must be someone with innate spirit meridians. The Dharma Supreme's tone was very solemn and humble. He even stopped referring to himself as Your Highness in front of Bu Luqing and started referring to himself as little brother. Brother Boo, since then, I have been searching for her. However, after so many years, I still haven't found her. Brother Boo, I have been searching for such a successor for 13,000 years. At this point, the Dharma Supreme sighed and paused for a moment. It was as if he wanted to let the concept of 13,000 years form a shock in Bu Luqing's mind. The supreme martial artists at the side all sighed in sorrow. They could completely understand the bitterness, helplessness, and the hardships of the Dharma Supreme in his words. 13,000 years. What kind of concept was that? An ordinary person's lifespan was only 100 years. It was enough for a person to die of old age and reincarnate 130 times in each lifetime. They could also completely understand the Dharma Supreme's feelings. It was extremely difficult for a young man with good aptitude to find a master teacher. However, as long as he had perseverance and determination, there would always be someone who could recognize talent and take him in as a disciple. However, it was 100 times, 1,000 times harder for a peerless master to take in a disciple who was completely compatible with him than for a disciple to find a master teacher. There were tens of billions of people in the upper and lower three heavens. To find the aptitude that one needed among these tens of billions of people, think about it yourself. The Dharma Supreme said sincerely, if Brother Boo agrees, I will never forget Brother Boo's kindness for the rest of my life. No matter what Brother Boo asks me to do, even if it is to collapse the heavens and shatter the void, I will not frown. Every word and sentence of his was extremely solemn and sincere. Towards the end, it was almost as if he was making an oath. Everyone's hearts were heavy and they were moved by his words. They could completely feel the Dharma Supreme's desire for such a disciple. It had already reached the point where he would do anything. Collapse the heavens and shatter the void. This was the highest level of cultivation in this world, and also a legend passed down forever in this world. In 10,000 years, only two people had been able to do it: Supreme Martial Artist Qin Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yun. If Supreme Martial Artists were legends that ordinary martial artists could only look up to in their lifetime, then collapsing the heavens and shattering the void would be the Supreme Martial Artist's lifelong dream, an immortal legend. Such a promise was extremely heavy. When collapsing the heavens and shattering the void, there would be heavenly tribulation and countless dangers that could cause your 10,000 years of cultivation to vanish in an instant. Even people like Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya might not be able to get through it safely. Under such heavenly tribulation, the chances of Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya dying and dissipating were more than 50%. However, if the Dharma Supreme agreed to help, that possibility would be reduced to the minimum, and there was even a chance of him getting through it safely. After getting through it, it would be another immortal legend after Qin Feng and Lu Yun, and an extremely long lifespan. This was a huge temptation. It was also an offer that a peak supreme martial artist could not refuse. Everyone looked at Bu Luqing with a complicated expression. On one hand, they were shocked by the Dharma Supreme's promise, and on the other hand, they truly understood Bu Luqing's cultivation from this sentence. It turned out that he was already close to that level. Bu Luqing snorted. Imo Qingwu looked at the Dharma Supreme, not knowing what to do. Her little hand grabbed Bu Luqing's sleeve, and she pleaded pitifully, Master, don't send me away. Bu Luqing instantly felt his heart ache, and he hurriedly comforted her. My good little Wu, how can I bear to send you away? especially to such a person. I would rather give away my heart and liver than to give you away. The Dharma Supreme said, Brother Boo, if you agree, I can guarantee that this girl will not suffer any grievances in her life. If anyone dares to bully her, I will destroy their entire family. Bu Luqing fumed with anger. There is no room for discussion on this matter. Look at how scared my disciple is. You've waited for 13,000 years. Is the waiting time too short? The Dharma Supreme frowned. But Brother Boo, your technique is a little too ordinary. You should know that my divine phenomenon of heaven and earth is the one that martial artists yearn for, the publicly acknowledged #1 technique in the world. Bu Luqing snorted. Your divine embodiment of heaven and earth is the #1 technique? Then, where do you place the heavenly divine technique of the Tribulation's Sword Master? Once this sentence came out, everyone's expression changed instantly. The heavenly divine technique of the Tribulation's Sword Master. These few words were a huge taboo to these people. However, Bu Luqing had said it out loud without any restraint. In front of the Dharma Supreme, in front of all the leaders of the big clans. The Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, So, Brother Boo, you're not going to fulfill my request? Bu Luqing stretched out 2 fingers, shook them and said, #1, this is my disciple, a treasure that I've only found after thousands of years of searching. There's no way I'll just give it away. The only possibility is to kill me. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. With Bu Luqing's current cultivation, who dared to say that they could kill him? If they were not careful, they might even be killed by him. #2, the Dharma Supreme sighed in his heart. He had already decided to give up on this idea, but he was still reluctant to part with it. He thought to himself, when there's no one around, I'll have a good talk with Bu Luqing. At this moment, in front of so many people, it's really a little inconvenient. Bu Luqing said coldly, #2, even if I agree, there's someone else who won't. This disciple doesn't belong to me alone, but to both of us. Someone else? Who? The Dharma Supreme frowned and asked. Her other master, Ning Tianya. Bu Luqing said with some displeasure, to put it bluntly, I only have half of this disciple. Bu Luqing also only had half. Ning Tianya. When this name was spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue that struck everyone's heads. Even the Dharma Supreme's pupils shrank, the desire in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. With a thud, someone fell to the ground, his mouth and eyes slanted. What the heck? This is really too shocking. The second Grandmaster of the Qin clan, Qin Mingqi, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat again. The hand that he used to wipe the sweat away trembled slightly. So, provoking Bu Luqing now is equivalent to provoking Ning Tianya at the same time? Oh my god. I'm really lucky today. The other supreme martial artists of the big clans were also shocked. They looked at the little girl with eyes that were not only drooling with desire, but also with a hint of fear and dread. Chapter 1007. Ning Tianya. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. He knew that there was no chance for this disciple. If it was only Bu Luqing, he could still use some tricks. If it really didn't work, he would rather pay a huge price to kill Bu Luqing and snatch the disciple. Although he had no choice but to take that step, the Dharma Supreme already had such thoughts in his mind. It wasn't that Bu Luqing couldn't be killed. As long as the Dharma Supreme fought with him, together with the law enforcement elders and the supreme martial artists of the big clans, it was not impossible to kill Bu Luqing. But Ning Tianya also had a share in this disciple. If that was the case, then this plan would be completely useless. This didn't mean that Ning Tianya was harder to deal with than Bu Luqing. But Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing teaming up was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the two of them teamed up, even the Dharma Supreme had to retreat. Before this, everyone knew that the strongest team in the world was Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. But now, things had definitely changed. Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing had already taught a disciple together. Then, was there any need to talk about their relationship? Perhaps, it could be said that if there was someone whose cultivation was on par with Bu Luqing, the only way for the two of them to fight was to perish together. However, If Ning Tianya was standing behind Bu Luqing during the battle then, it could be said with certainty that Ning Tianya didn't even need to breathe and Bu Luqing would definitely win. No matter how conceited the Dharma Supreme was, he definitely wouldn't dare to say that he wouldn't be defeated by Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing teaming up. What a joke. If the two of them teamed up, he would be satisfied if he could escape with his life. Should he mobilize the big clans to encircle and annihilate these two people? The Dharma Supreme didn't allow himself to think further, because it would definitely be a fierce battle, and the final victor might not even be his side. So Brother Ning also has a share in this disciple. If that's the case, I've been rude. The Dharma Supreme looked at Mo Qingwu with some reluctance and smiled. Bu Luqing was instantly unhappy. You want to snatch my disciple, but not Ning Tianya's? Compared to Ning Tianya, is there such a big difference? Bu Luqing frowned and looked at the Dharma Supreme with some hostility. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. Brother Bu, you know what I mean. Bu Luqing said angrily, how would I know what you mean? I only know that I introduced my disciple to you. How could you elders not bring out any greeting gifts? That's too embarrassing. Everyone burst out laughing. Fuck, you took in such a good brother. We can't wait to be envious and jealous, and you actually came to us to ask for a greeting gift. Meeting gift? Mo Qingwu tilted her head and looked at her master. Her clear eyes lit up. Master, is there really a greeting gift? That's for sure. Bu Luqing had already made up his mind to extort him. That's great. If that's the case, then I won't tell Master Ning about you sending me out. The little lowly happily said, don't. My little great-aunt. Bu Luqing was in a difficult situation. In fact, he seemed to have lost half of his stature in an instant. You mustn't tell this to that bastard Ning Tianya. That old thief will come after me if you tell him. Mo Qingwu smiled happily. Bu Luqing was flustered and exasperated. Holding his disciple's little hand, he came before the Dharma Supreme and instructed, call him uncle. Martial uncle. Mo Qingwu sweetly called out. Stretch out your hand. Bu Luqing said. Mo Qingwu obediently stretched out her fair and tender little hands, like two flowers blooming under the Dharma Supreme's nose. Raising her head, she looked at the Dharma Supreme with a pitiful gaze. Master and disciple, one was shameless and the other was naive and innocent. Their cooperation was flawless. Being looked at by such a pair of eyes, even the most stingy person would start to fork out money. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. What else could he do at this stage? What could he do when he met such a troublemaker like Bu Luqing? Even if he was the Dharma Supreme, what could he do? It's fate that brought us together. I really like this little girl. The Dharma Supreme smiled kindly and took out a piece of wood. It was as thick and long as a finger and stuffed it into Mo Qingwu's hand. Take this piece of wood and play with it. Little girl. If you are unhappy with your master in the future, remember to look for me. I live in the law enforcement city. You just have to go there and say my name. Someone will bring you to see me. Do you understand? Although he knew that it was hopeless, the Dharma Supreme still did not give up on the idea of poaching her. If your disciple runs away from home, then don't blame me, right? Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. He thought to himself, I've been treating this little girl like an ancestor. Will she jump ship to your side? Dream on. Oh. Mo Qingwu held the small piece of wood in her hand and was disappointed. She could not help but curse silently. Stingy. She had never seen someone give a piece of wood as a greeting gift. Moreover, it was such a small piece. Although it was very attractive, a piece of wood was still a piece of wood. Wow. Bu Luqing's eyes lit up. Starwood. Dharma Supreme. Ha ha ha. You really have something good. Ha ha. Xiao, this is something good. Quickly thank Uncle Dharma Supreme. I will make a ring for you when we get back. Thank you, Uncle Dharma Supreme. The little girl heard that this thing was something good. Even her own master was praising it so highly. She immediately became excited and thanked him sweetly. Then, she turned to Bu Luqing and said, Master, you have to make a nicer ring. Bu Luqing was all smiles and agreed. The Dharma Supreme glared at Bu Luqing and turned to smile at Mo Qingwu. No need to be so polite. Xiao, what a cute little girl. In his heart, He wished he could strangle Bu Luqing to death. You bastard, after extorting something from me, you actually reduced my seniority. Uncle Dharma Supreme? Doesn't that mean you are younger? However, Bu Luqing had already held Mo Qingwu's hand and walked to Yi Di. He introduced, "This, you can also call him Uncle Dharma Supreme. This is the elder master of the #1 clan. He must have a lot of good stuff in his hands. I'm afraid he won't take it out just because he is angry." Yi Di immediately had a taste of the Dharma Supreme's feelings just now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, speechless and conflicted. He really wanted to punch this face in front of him, but he didn't dare to. He forced a smile and said, "This is a welcome gift." Then, he reached into his bosom and took out a red object that was as big as a goose egg. This is the inner core of a spirit beast at the peak of level 10. Hee, it's not a good thing. Just take it and play with it. Thank you, Uncle Dharma Supreme. Mo Qingwu reached out and received it. Everyone was stunned. The inner core of a 10th grade peak spirit beast. It was definitely priceless, and Yi Di gave it away without batting an eyelid. Yi Di was really rich. Yi Di was conflicted. I don't want to give it away either. However, Bu Liuqing's eyes are looking at me like he is searching for treasure. If I take out something inferior, won't I offend him immediately? At this moment, there was a sudden cooing sound. The little white fox on Mo Qingwu's shoulder suddenly jumped down like a sharp sword and landed in Mo Qingwu's palm. It nudged Mo Qingwu's hand with its pink nose and raised its head, its eyes full of desire. Mo Qingwu asked in surprise, "Little Snow, do you want to eat it?" The little fox nodded without hesitation. "Then eat it." Mo Qingwu smiled tenderly and picked up the inner core. The little fox was overjoyed. It stretched out its neck and swallowed the inner core of a 10th grade spirit beast in one gulp. Then, it wiped its mouth in satisfaction and went back to squat on Mo Qingwu's shoulder. It closed its eyes and started to feel somewhat lazy. Wind Fox, 10th grade peak spirit beast. All the supreme martial artists present were stunned. This little fox could actually eat the inner core of a 10th grade peak spirit beast and didn't have a big reaction after eating it. Doesn't this mean that it's at least a 10th grade peak spirit beast? They didn't expect that this little girl not only had 2 peak supreme martial artists as her masters, but also had a 10th grade peak spirit beast as her pet. Everyone was sweating at the thought of this. If there was anyone who was blind enough to provoke this little girl, those below the level of 8th grade martial saint would probably be swallowed alive by this seemingly harmless little pet, even before the 2 supreme martial artists, Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya, did anything. This little girl's body was actually full of traps. Anyone who stepped into any of them would be doomed eternally. However, this little girl was really a spendthrift. A priceless 10th grade peak spirit beast's inner core was given to her pet to eat without batting an eyelid. What a waste. Yi Di looked at the little fox on Mo Qingwu's shoulder, and the corners of his mouth twitched secretly. He thought that this little thing could gain Bu Liuqing's favor and take the top spot. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would be fed to a fox? This was the wind fox that had been following Mo Qingwu in the northern wastelands of the 3 heavens. Because of Mo Qingwu's love, the little fox enjoyed the limelight. It ate all kinds of treasures and shared cultivation resources with Mo Qingwu. Even when it slept in Mo Qingwu's pocket and bathed in spiritual energy. At this moment, it was already at the 10th grade peak and infinitely close to the 11th grade. After eating this 10th grade peak spirit beast's inner core, it would probably be the first wind fox in history to break through to the 11th grade. Bu Luqing didn't mind at all. He held Mo Qingwu's hand and walked to the next person. This is Xiao Se. You can call him Martial Uncle. He's the ancestor of the Xiao clan. He has a lot of good stuff. Martial Uncle. Mo Qingwu stretched out her little hand obediently. Xiao Se laughed and said, "This martial uncle of mine is a little shabby. He doesn't have anything good. He only knows how to fight and play with swords. How about this? I'll give little Wu niece a short sword. Girls can also use it for self-defense." Haha. Although he said so, everyone knew that a weapon that Xiao Se gave out couldn't be ordinary. At the very least, it had to be a divine weapon. However, they didn't see that Mo Qingwu and Bu Luqing were secretly curling their lips. Chapter 1008. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Sei flipped his hand, and an antique short sword with a sheath appeared in his palm. As soon as he pulled it out, cold light shot out. Everyone's face was green under the direct light. A wisp of cold air was projected just like that. Everyone who was close to it felt goosebumps all over their bodies. It was definitely a divine weapon. This short sword is called the Soft Heart Sword. I accidentally entered the Black Blood Forest and obtained it from there. Xiao Sei said, although it's not a top-notch divine weapon, it's exquisite and elegant. For a girl like Xiao Wu to carry such a short sword for self-defense, it really compliments her. Bu Luqing pursed his lips and looked at the short sword. He actually didn't ask Mo Qingwu to take it. It was obvious that he didn't like the short sword. Everyone was curious. What's going on? How could he not be interested in such a divine weapon? It shouldn't be. Xiao Sei held the short sword, but the other party didn't take it. He felt a little awkward. It wasn't right to take it back, and it was even more wrong to hold it there. Bu Luqing sighed and said, Xiao Wu, where's your Qingwu dream saber? Mo Qingwu looked at him hesitantly. Teacher, this isn't good, right? In the little girl's pure heart, she felt that it was already too much to embarrass others like this. It would be too much to use the Qingwu dream saber to attack others. Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said, it shouldn't be, but I hate it the most when people use shoddy products to pass them off as good ones. Mo Qingwu had no choice but to pick up her saber. It was also in a simple sheath. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Even if this saber of yours is a divine weapon, how could it be better than this short sword by several levels? The next moment, Mo Qingwu pulled out the saber from the sheath. Clang! A soft sound like a dragon's roar was heard. Instantly, red light shone brightly. This saber was made by the Tribulation Sword Master with all his heart. The Qingwu Dream Saber, which used all rare materials, appeared in front of the supreme martial artists at this moment in a dreamlike manner. Mo Qingwu, who was holding the Qingwu Dream Saber, seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. Red light surrounded her body and bits of starlight shone. At this moment, Mo Qingwu held the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. She seemed to have experienced some changes in her state of mind. There was a happy and satisfied smile on her lips, and she seemed to be a little shy. His red clothes fluttered as he stood in the gentle red light. The starlight complemented her snow-white face, her delicate eyebrows, her straight nose, and her delicate red lips. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Everyone present had the illusion that a fairy was riding on a colorful cloud in the sky. She was wearing a red dress and was dancing gracefully in the white snow. Everyone seemed to be dazzled and bewildered. He felt that this was not a little girl at all. She was clearly a peerless beauty, but there was a trace of sorrow on her face. There was a trace of sadness and a heart full of deep affection. They danced gently and passionately, filled with an ethereal and unreal feeling. What they didn't know was that if Chu Yang were to see this moment of drawing the saber, he would definitely be dumbfounded and tears would flow down his face. This was exactly the image of Mo Qingwu dancing gracefully in a red dress that Chu Yang had seen in the void when he was on the verge of death in his previous life. As she danced, the world was in a state of sadness. Just by drawing the saber, it actually created a beautiful, fairyland-like, dreamy feeling. There was no need to compare at all. Xiao Sei sighed dejectedly and said, this saber of this girl's is thousands of times stronger than my short sword. It can't even be compared. He took a step back and didn't speak anymore. Xiao Sei, I'm not humiliating you, am I? Bu Luqing said. Everyone rolled their eyes at once. If you're not humiliating him, what are you? Unexpectedly, Xiao Sei nodded and said, that's right. With this saber in hand, all the sabers and swords in the world are like grass. I won't even look at them. What's there to humiliate? Bu Luqing laughed loudly. However, you still owe my disciple a meeting gift. I'll remember this debt for you. Everyone was sweating profusely. It's already like this, and I still owe your disciple a meeting gift. Next, Bu Luqing extorted them one by one. Then, he took Mo Qingwu and left with a smile. His sleeves fluttered as he entered Tianji City. Behind him, everyone was silent. This old thing. The Dharma Supreme shook his head and sighed. Let's not just stand there, let's go in together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the incident with Bu Luqing just now, it didn't affect the dignity of these people at all. What kind of person was Bu Luqing? He was publicly recognized as the pinnacle of the world. It was already an honor for him to ask for something from you. There were quite a number of supreme martial artists here, a total of 50 of them. However, only 10 of them were worthy of Bu Luqing asking for something, and all of them were even addressed as Uncle Master by Bu Luqing's disciple. Although this Uncle Master was really a little too valuable, all the supreme martial artists felt a little pained, but they didn't show it on their faces. Furthermore, the other people were looking at them with envy in their eyes. Why didn't supreme martial artist Bu ask for something from me? Because my level isn't high enough? Sigh. Thinking of this, some of the supreme martial artists who didn't get asked for something from Bu Luqing started to feel sorry for themselves. Life was such a wonderful thing. When you were nothing, asking for something from others was humbling and losing your dignity. Especially when you reached out and forced something from others, that was what a hooligan, ruffian, or robber would do. But when you were high and mighty, reaching out and asking for something of the same nature was a reflection of your demeanor. Moreover, you were giving a lot of face to the person you were asking for something from. Not only would others not scold you, they would even feel honored and grateful to you. And this was commonly known as status. Therefore, although the supreme martial artists felt pained, they wouldn't blame anyone. The one who asked for something was Bu Luqing. The one who received it was the disciple of both Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya. Only the second grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu, who was walking at the back, had a bitter expression on his face. Heavens, earth. Our Zhuge clan has really hit the jackpot this time. The second grandmasters of the big clans had gathered. The Dharma Supreme, Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, and Feng Yuro were all here. And there was also a mysterious woman in the city. That mysterious woman was at least of Bu Luqing's level. My God. Once a fight breaks out, I'll go back and give that little fool Zhuge Shanyan a good spanking. Damn it, that bastard has a crow's mouth. He still remembered that the little boy had jokingly said that day, if Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing also come, well, this damn mouth is simply a jinx. Tianji City, Orchard Palace. Zi Xieching, who was practicing martial arts, opened her eyes quietly. There was a trace of interest in her eyes. She said, a few more powerful people have come. Chu Yang, who was opposite her, asked with great interest, how powerful are they? The four of them may not be below Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. Zi Xieching frowned slightly and said, moreover, there are two of them who are definitely above them. Oh? Chu Yang frowned. Suddenly, he was startled. Why did you suddenly mention Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro? A few days ago, I fought with the couple. Zi Xieching said lightly. Those two people are not weak at all. Huh. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Fought? How? Of course it was just me. I beat them both. Zi Xieching said lightly. You won? Chu Yang was really shocked this time. He didn't know when this sister actually went out to fight with Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. He suddenly remembered the news he heard at Shuiyu restaurant that day and instantly understood. It seemed that it was that day. What do you think? Will I lose? Zi Xieching looked at him lightly. Chu Yang was speechless. However, the Moon Breeze couple is still not bad. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. She said, moreover, because the martial arts they practice is Moon Breeze is one. So, haha, it's also a chance for you. My chance? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, this is your chance. Zi Xieching said calmly, wind and moon is one is a kind of dual cultivation technique. Wind and moon is one. Moon breeze is one is the most efficient dual cultivation technique. Once you practice it, you will never be separated. Once you practice it, you will never leave each other. However, there is also a huge disadvantage. If you can't practice it to the highest level of dual cultivation, you will never be able to have a child. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide. Huh. Because no matter when and where the two of them are, this moon breeze as one will always be in harmony and will never be separated. Even if they are separated by two places, their divine senses can still be entangled with each other. Therefore, they are absolutely inseparable. But if they want to have a child, there are only two possibilities. One is to master the martial arts and be able to freely control the operation of the martial arts. The second is to stop using divine senses and not operate the martial arts. But the two of them have already reached this stage. Obviously, it is impossible. But not having a child is the biggest regret of their lives. Zi Xueqing looked at Chu Yang quietly. You understand what I mean? Chu Yang nodded and then shook his head. I understand what you mean. But what do you mean by saying that this is a chance for me? Zi Xueqing was exasperated. You really don't know? Chu Yang scratched his head. But Feng Euro, she also doesn't like me. And my cultivation is so low. I can't use force even if I want to. Zi Xueqing's face instantly turned red and her eyebrows raised. She kicked this detestable guy and made him roll on the ground. Bastard! What are you thinking of in that dirty mind of yours? Chu Yang was sent flying by the kick. He laughed loudly. Then, he said, what is the solution? If it is based on medical skills, I really don't know what medical skills can make such a technique give birth. Zi Xueqing waved her hand, and a huge divine sense shrouded the small courtyard. You may not be able to, but you are the tribulation sword master. There is a solution. Zi Xueqing said lightly, as long as you can open up a new space in your tribulation space and can accommodate living people, bring the two of them in. Then, use the heaven-splitting divine technique to isolate their divine senses and use your treasure, the lust poison of the lust dragon, to feed each of them. That will do. Chapter 1009. Chu Yang frowned and said, I see. But then he thought again and said, that's not right. Why would the two of them agree to this method? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In my tribulation space, their words and actions can't be hidden from me. They are all at the peak of supreme martial artist level. How could they? What you said is equivalent to not saying anything at all. Zi Xueqing's face was red and she said angrily, with their cultivation, if they don't want you to hear and see, do you think you can peek at them with your insignificant strength? Chu Yang still shook his head. It's still absolutely not feasible. No matter what, they won't agree. Even if I can't see it, this is still a huge humiliation to the two of them. So, you're totally wrong about this matter. Chu Yang had absolute confidence that the Moon Breeze couple would definitely not accept such a method. Even if this method had a 10% chance of success, it was still absolutely not feasible. This involved the most fundamental issue of human dignity. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not agree, let alone Yu Lingxue and Feng Euro, whose names shook the heavens. Zi Xueqing fell silent. After a long while, she said, maybe I'm thinking too simply. The shame and dignity of humans, and some other things, are all things that I can't understand now, or I haven't tried to understand. Chu Yang nodded. That's right. Zi Xueqing frowned and said, in that case, it's going to be troublesome. Chu Yang said in horror, you haven't already recommended me, have you? Not yet. Zi Xueqing frowned and said, but I've already told them that the Moon Breeze couple is not infertile. There's a way. She smiled bitterly. Right now, the two of them are probably looking for me all over Tianji City. I originally planned to recommend you to them once they find me. Then, when the time is right, you'll help them. Now, it's a little troublesome. Chu Yang was stunned. He suddenly shouted, Big sister, you're not just a little troublesome, you're in big trouble. If I really told them that, I'm sure I'll be killed immediately. I'm going to faint. Big sister, you actually let the husband and wife do that right under my nose, and you even want me to use the heavenly level technique to help? Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He said speechlessly, Big sister, what are you thinking? Zi Xueqing was also a little embarrassed. Realizing her mistake, she blushed and said, I didn't think so much at that time. Chu Yang was speechless. He stood up and turned around. Then, he said, you still can't think of this? Io, my big sister Zi, if you put yourself in their shoes, if we were to do it in front of others. Shut up. Papa. Puff, 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 puff. Chu Yang hadn't even finished speaking when he was slapped twice in the face. Then, his lower abdomen was kicked a dozen times in quick succession. His buttocks flew out like a shooting star with a whooshing sound. With a loud bang, A hole was smashed into the wall 70 feet away. Then, it tumbled a few times before it fell to the ground with its arms and legs spread out. Zixieqing's angry and embarrassed voice could be heard. She seemed to be gritting her teeth. Chu Yang, you damned rogue. Chu Yang lay down with his arms and legs spread out. He looked at the sky speechlessly. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What happened to my hooligan? Am I being wronged? I swear to the heavens, with my conscience as my witness, it was really just an example. I really didn't mean anything else. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, he smelled a delicate fragrance. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Qianqian standing right in front of him. Why are you here? Chu Yang got up from the ground awkwardly and patted the dust off his body. I thought, these few days you've been treating my injuries, so I came to see where you're staying. Wu Qianqian smiled and looked at him curiously. What happened to you? When I just arrived, I saw you rushing out like a cannonball. What's so urgent that you didn't even jump over the wall, but directly rushed out from the wall, and your buttocks were facing forward? Chu Yang grinned awkwardly. You saw it all? I saw it all. Minister Chu, don't tell me you were kicked out by someone? Wu Qianqian playfully blinked her eyes. She playfully looked at the clear and petite footprint on Chu Yang's chest. She smiled faintly. I didn't expect our all-powerful Minister Chu to have such a side to him. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He spread out his hands and said, it's my bad mouth that angered the beauty. Angered the beauty? Wu Qianqian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, don't tell me that one of your sweethearts is inside? She walked in as she said, I want to see for myself. Chu Yang wanted to stop her in a hurry. He said anxiously, No. Wu Qianqian reached out and pushed him away gently. She smiled and said, What are you afraid of? I'm a married woman now. Don't tell me I'll eat your sweetheart up. Chu Yang was tongue-tied. Wu Qianqian had already pushed open the door and walked in. Chu Yang had no choice but to follow behind Wu Qianqian into the orchard palace. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this? I'm not afraid of crooked shadows. There are 2 women inside. One is my sister, and the other has nothing to do with me. There are no emotional entanglements. It's fortunate that there aren't any. Otherwise, I'm still far from being able to beat her. How am I going to spend my days? Wouldn't that mean that even the right to sleep with her would have to depend on her mood? Fuck, that's impossible. Moreover, Wu Qianqian is now the Empress of Iron Cloud. No matter what, she can't control me. Even though he said this, Chu Yang still felt that something was very wrong in his heart. Even he himself didn't know where this feeling of uneasiness came from. The environment of your orchard palace is really not bad. Although it's not as central as the Jiaxiu building where I live, in terms of elegance, it's much better. Wu Qianqian was full of praise for the layout of the orchard palace as she walked. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Diwu Qingrou's fragrance when he first arrived. He couldn't help but be startled. He said, could it be that Diwu Qingrou used some tricks to get this place for me? But why? These few days, Wu Qianqian was extremely comfortable. Every day, Chu Yang would go to treat her injuries. To Wu Qianqian, being able to see each other every day was already an infinite satisfaction and happiness. Although Chu Yang still misunderstood, Wu Qianqian already knew that there was only a thin layer of window paper left. It would be broken with a poke. Once Chu Yang knew the truth, with his temper, he would definitely not let her down. Therefore, she was very happy during this period of time. She even had some expectations. After Chu Yang left, she didn't go out. She stayed in the Jiaxiu building to cultivate. Moreover, the 2 masters, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, didn't alert the Zhuge clan. They only took advantage of their disciple and stayed in the Jiaxiu building to cultivate in seclusion. In the Moon Breeze couple, Yu Lingxue was the leader. Therefore, he was also under a lot of pressure. Since the battle with Zixieqing, he basically cultivated in seclusion every day to cultivate in the new realm. Chu Yang went a few times, but didn't see him even once. This day, when Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue went out to welcome the Dharma Supreme, it was actually a form of battle. According to Yu Lingxue's intention, if they were to fight, they would fight vigorously and vigorously. Whoever won or lost, lived or died, there would be no complaints. Wu Qianqian didn't think much of this. Since they were enemies, why did they have to be so obvious? You can be open to others, but others may not be open to you. She tried to persuade him, but Yu Lingxue was stubborn. How could he listen to her? He actually went out directly. Wu Qianqian had no choice but to look for Chu Yang to discuss. Every time she reached a point where she couldn't do anything, Wu Qianqian would feel a sense of reliance. If Chu Yang was by her side, he would definitely have a solution. Moreover, Wu Qianqian was also very helpless. Some solutions could be used by Chu Yang, but she couldn't. The difference between a man and a woman was actually expressed in every aspect. Therefore, she did what she thought. After her master left, she went straight to the Orchard Palace. Who would have thought that she would coincidentally see her omnipotent hero being kicked out by someone? Looking at the shoe print on her chest, she was obviously very petite. Wu Qianqian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Such violence. She suddenly felt a little uneasy. This woman was obviously very important to Chu Yang. She had never seen anyone treat Chu Yang like this, but Chu Yang didn't care at all. Looking at it this way, this woman was definitely the one Chu Yang loved the most. She was also the biggest obstacle in her future. Moreover, she was also going to be a sister who would accompany her for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt very shy, a little fearful and a little indignant. With such a bad temper, how would they get along in the future? No matter what, the man was the head of the family. How could he be kicked around by a woman? Therefore, no matter what, Wu Qianqian had to meet this woman today. This was a matter of life and marriage. She couldn't be careless. It was better to have a good relationship in advance than to have an awkward relationship in the future. Wu Qianqian blushed and her heart thumped wildly. She actually had the feeling of an ugly daughter-in-law is about to meet her parents-in-law. Even when Chu Yang was beside her, she didn't hear what he said clearly. She dizzily stepped into the Orchard Palace. Just as she entered, she heard a voice angrily scolding, "Chu Yang, stinky hooligan, stinky hooligan, Chu Yang." Wu Qianqian was stunned and turned to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Actually, it's just a misunderstanding. When did I act like a hooligan? You know me too. I've always been upright, pure, and noble. I don't even know how to act like a hooligan." Wu Qianqian wrinkled her nose and snorted. She said, "You don't know?" Chu Yang said seriously, "I really don't know. Why don't you teach me?" Wu Qianqian blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She scolded, "I didn't scold you wrongly, stinky hooligan. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.